Hello. तू बोल गावी जिथे मला सिंचन
हॅलो येतो ना
बोल तू
मानसिंग बोल तू बोल की मानसिंग थांब एक मिनिट मानसिंग तो ना हाँ आज कुठं ऍडमिट केलं तुला बोल
डिसेबल्ड म्हणते
आणि तर किती तर
मोबाईल
हा येतोय आवाज
हे लाव ना येतो का
हॅलो हॅलो
हॅलो हॅलो
मोबाईल करून चालतो
हॅलो सर हेलो everyone. Shilam Param Bhushanam. Good morning, one and all. Am I audible to all?
yes
I request you all first be seated in a good network coverage and please mute your audio input or microphone that we can have voice clarity. We will start the program by inauguration and then 4 sessions will be followed by one. Respected Dr. S.B. Compulsory, keynote speaker of the workshop, Principal Dr. James, the President of the inaugural, Dr. N. Desai, coordinator of the workshop, and 11 delegates from affiliated colleges of Shivaji University, Kolkata. A very good morning to one and all. Now, with the permission of the principal, college, Dr. J. Mukti, I will start the inauguration function. I am Mr. Mansingh Thomre, enter of the program, and a great privilege to welcome you all on behalf of Mohra Patandra Patil Mahavidyalaya Borgaon to the one-day workshop on revised syllabus of BA Third, English for Communication, paper number E and F, sponsored by Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I request Dr. M.S. Desai sir to welcome and introduce the program and guest of honor to deliver.
Hello. Good morning, one and all. It gives me immense pleasure to honor your presence at one day revised syllabus workshop of English for communication. It gives me tremendous confidence to be present a welcome speech amongst the most esteemed personalities like Dr. S.B. Bhambar, Chairman, BOC in English, the resource persons, Dr. R.A. Kadakne, Dr. Tejaswini Patil Dange, Dr. R.B. Tahsildar, Dr. Sita Jagtap, chairpersons for various sessions, Dr. P.M. Patil, Professor L.K. Wagmare, Dr. S.P. Chaugale, Dr. Prashant Lohar, and the friends who are going to introduce resource persons, chairpersons. I heartily welcome all these dignitaries on behalf of Mohanrao Patangrao Patil Mahavidyalaya, Borgaon. I would like to welcome all the participants and dignitaries from various colleges who sincerely committed to this event to make it a success. This event would have been impossible without the support of Honorable Abhijit Patil Dada, Director, Kendamata Shikshan Mandal, Borgaon, Principal of our college and our inspiration, Dr. J. A. Mehtre, and my colleagues and students. At the outset, on behalf of our college and all the participants, I congratulate Dr. Bhambar sir, recently nominated as University Representative Member BOC in English of Mahavir Autonomous Mahavidyalaya, Kolhapur. Congratulations once again. Workshops and seminars are organized and conducted to gain insight and information that would remain effective in teaching learning process. This workshop aims at making the learner a good and effective user of English. The curriculum is designed to emphasize the role of learner as an active participant and the role of teacher as a facilitator. The curriculum has a topical design with clear focus on communication skills, employability skills to prepare students for competitive examinations, to inculcate human values and ethics to become good citizens of the country. Friends, it is a great pleasure to introduce keynote speaker Dr. S.B. Bhambar, Chairman BOS in English. He is working as head Department of English, T.K. Kolikar Arts and Commerce College, Nesri. He has a great teaching experience of 22 years at UG and 12 years at PG level. He has completed his MPhil and PhD research degrees. He has completed UGC-sponsored minor research project entitled Humanism in Young Posters, A Passage to India, Pearl Buck's Pavilion of Women, and Alan Patton's By the Beloved Country, a study. Lab Lambert Publishing Company, Germany, has published a book of Dr. Bhamber entitled Spirituality Across Cultures. Dr. Bhamber is also a research guide. Under the guidance of Dr. Bhamber, 3 MPhil and 6 PhD students have completed their research work. He has published and presented a number of research articles at various levels of journals, national and international conferences. He is also active in extension activities. He has memberships of various academic and professional bodies. It is a great honor to me to introduce the president of the session, Dr. J. Maitre, principal of our college. He had been chairman POC English in between 2005 to 2010. He has a great teaching experience of 37 years. He has completed UGC-sponsored minor research project. He is also a research guide. Under the guidance of Dr. Maitre, 5 students have completed their research work and 7 have pursuing their research. I again extend a warm welcome to everybody present here. I ensure the workshop will be profitable and fruitful for everyone present here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I now request to Dr. S.B. Bambar, sir, to give his keynote address. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Hello, this
All
is
other
Dr. Amar.
participants are requested to turn off their microphones. Thank you.
Hello,
I request to Dr. S.B. Bambar, sir, to give his keynote address.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yes. Please continue, sir.
Hello, hello, Maitre, sir.
Hello.
स्ट्रीमिंग सुरू आहे
त्यांना कधी सर आपण किती जण गेले
सहज ऑन करू
नको.
मी व्हिडिओ ऑफ केला
हा म्हणजे ते ऑनलाईन पैसे देतात तसं काय?
हो
ते काय करतात?
Bambar sir, I think you are not audible. Please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Bambar sir, please click on audio button. There you will find a call over internet option. Call over internet option. You will find there.
Sir, please, please, sir, am I
Yes,
audible?
yes. Right now you are audible, sir. Audible, sir.
Yes.
Please go on.
Sir, you have made me admin, please. Okay. Once again, I start from the beginning. A very good morning to all of you. Mansingh sir, Milind Desai sir, am I audible now?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Hello, sir. Yes,
Yes, you are audible,
thank
sir.
you. Thank you very much. Very good to all of you. And I thank Milind sir, Maitre sir. Happy to be associated with you all this fine morning. I thank Principal Dr. J. Maitre sir, former Chairman Board of Studies in English, and Principal of this college for encouraging us to organize this online workshop on revised syllabus of BA Part 3 Compulsory English. I also thank Dr. Milind Desai sir, Head Department of English, Dr. V.K. Dr. Singh, the other faculty and technical staff of the college for organizing this online workshop. I also welcome and thank Dr. Kadakne sir, Head Department of English, Rajaram College, Kolhapur, for being with us. I also thank and welcome the resource persons, Dr. R.B. Tasildar sir, who is also the unit writer of this textbook and who has taken a lot of efforts to make this textbook a good documentary. I also welcome Dr. Dange Patil madam, Dr. Jagtap madam. All these teachers have helped me a lot in preparation of both the textbooks at final year. I thank them all personally. I have been asked by the organizers to deliver the keynote. So let's begin with the title of the course. It is Ability Enhancement Compulsory Course. And it is English for Communication. So there are three things in the title. It is a compulsory course meant for ability enhancement, and we are supposed to enhance the learner's ability to communicate. So three things are there. One is compulsory course. Second, it is meant for ability enhancement, and the third is we are supposed to enhance the learner's ability to communicate. Please ask everyone to mute their audios, please. Now, it is needless to say that this course is prepared bearing in mind the UGC curriculum framework, current thinking in curriculum development, and the views expressed by teachers on the existing framework. This course endeavors to meet the communicative, the literary, and the cultural needs of the students, along with the basic language skills of listening, speaking, reading, and writing. The skills such as interview skills, group discussion, note making, and writing for media have been focused in the textbook. Again, the module English for competitive examination is an exhaustive one. It is purposefully included in the textbook. These communication skill units will help students in extending their language skills to real life contexts. All these communication skill units are learner centered. In view of the development in the field of ICT for extension of the language skills already learned, conscious efforts are also made to sharpen the students' literary write-ups such as poems, stories, essays, etc. An effort also has been made to select interesting as well as useful and relevant texts, considering the needs of the learners. These prose and poetry units will enable the students to cultivate a broad human and cultural outlook towards life. Both the teachers and students are expected to deal with the textbook in an interactive way. The rate of advancements in communication and technology is so high that we, the members of Board of the Studies, continuously look for strategies to cope up with these advancements. And the president is a sincere effort in that direction. Now, the structure of the book, presented in two parts, comprises of 8 modules. This is as per the requirement of UGC CBCS pattern, of course. You all know it. Each module has a good number of exercises focusing on the sub-skills of reading and writing, including skimming and scanning. Now, this kind of anticipation is important for efficient reading. The vocabulary task aims at sensitizing students to the complexities of word meaning and to build their word power. Along with language ability and literary appreciation, the main objective of this textbook is to equip the students with the language skills for use in their personal, academic, and professional lives. Students, teachers, parents, and other stakeholders have welcomed the new textbooks in English for BA, BCom, BSc Part 1, BA Part 2, and BCom Part 2. Their feedback has helped us a lot in preparing this textbook also. I hope that students, teachers, and parents will welcome this book too. Now, while teaching the interview skill, for example, unit number 1 is skill. So, while teaching the interview skill, I expect that the teacher should conduct a mock interview in the classroom. That we are going to teach them the do's and don'ts of the interview, but the mock interview will help the students in many ways. It is good thing that we are teaching our courses with the help of technology, as COVID-19 pandemic has made us to go for technology. Now we are using the different tools and technologies and can show them sample online interviews, sample mails, blogs, both personal and professional, sample group discussions, examples of note making and note taking, and media writing, both print and electronic, of course. In media writing, along with print media, electronic media writing is included. Okay, I know all this is introductory in nature. But if the students practice it well, they will be greatly benefited by it all. These specific professional skills, if the students practice both the language and communication skills, I am sure they will develop both oral and written communication skills and will be able to use these skills in their personal, academic, and professional life. Develop a broad human and cultured outlook and become able citizens to work effectively in every single sphere of life. They will learn about group behavior and teamwork, learn to value and respect others' views, and will, with these few words, I take your leave and I thank you all for patient listening. Thank you, one and all. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Your thoughts provoking address set a perfect platform for our speakers to deliver their presentations in the particular topics. I now request Dr. J. Mitra sir to deliver his presidential speech. Dr. J. Mitra sir.
Good morning to one and all. Dr. Sambhaji Bhambar, Chairperson, Board of Studies in English. Dr. Raghunath Kadakne, Dr. Ravindra Tahsildar, Dr. Tejaswini Dange Patil, Dr. Sita Jagtap, Dr. M.S. Desai, Dr. P.M. Patil, Dr. Lakshman Wagmare, Dr. S.P. Chaugule, Dr. Prashant Lohar, Dr. P.P. Yadav, Dr. B.A. Sawant, Dr. Hemangini Mane, Dr. R.B. Kohli, and all the galaxy of English teachers, dear participants. It is my great pleasure to have a dialogue with you. In fact, it was my strong desire to see you all here on the campus of Mohan Rao Patamrao Patil Mahavidyalaya, Borgaon. So I had insisted my friend Dr. Bhambar to sanction us BA3 English Compulsory Revised Syllabus Workshop. So you all may come here and we can have a very nice dialogue. But as we know that this Corona-19 pandemic has dismantled all the plan. Okay, it is an experience of again the proverb, man proposes and God disposes. Even then, I'm very happy to have a contact with you, at least online. At the outset, let me say thanks to all the university authorities, especially my friend Dr. Bhambar and all the Board of Studies members who gave an opportunity to a small single faculty college of ours to organize this workshop. Already Dr. Bhambar has touched upon all the syllabus, the need of that kind of syllabus, those life skills included in the syllabus, and how they will prepare our students as a good human beings. They will learn all the life skills and be able to face those competitive examinations in nice manner and can earn their livelihood. And they will be well versed in communication skills. So I feel Dr. Bhambar has touched upon all the syllabi in a nice manner, and other resource persons will definitely have benefit of it. So it is again, I may say, a pleasure that you have very positively gave a response to my request. All the resource persons have immediately said yes, and they have now join this revised syllabus workshop. My colleagues, especially our HOD, Dr. M.S. Desai, my friends, worked hard to make this workshop successful. Dr. Prakash Burutena. I may say again that I must say again thanks to Dr. Bamber and his colleagues, and I wish best luck for the further sessions in but thank you. Thanks once again. Go to Mansi.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. V.K. More, sir, to propose vote of thanks.
Good morning, all of you. Today we have organized a one-day teacher training workshop on revised syllabus of BA 3rd Compulsory English. In this program, Dr. S.B. Bamber sir, Chairman, Board of Studies in English, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, has expressed his view and opinions about the revised syllabus as a keynote speaker. His lecture was very informative and intellectual feast to the participants. So, I express my gratitude on behalf of and Mohan Rao Patangra Patil Mahavidyalay Borgaon. Also, I express my sincere thanks to today's chairperson and our principal, Dr. J. Maitre sir, who always guide us and cooperate us. I also express sincere thanks to all the resource persons and teachers for their active participation in the inaugural session of the workshop and my staff members. At last, with the permission of the chair, I declare here the inaugural session of the workshop is over here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, with the permission of the principal, I start the first session of the workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Dr. P.P. Yadav sir to introduce our first speaker, Dr. R.A. Kadakni, and chairperson of the session, Dr. P.M. Patil sir, to our esteemed audience. Hello, Dr. Yadav sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning to all. Am I audible to all?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good morning. I welcome all the participants in the first session of one-day online workshop on revised syllabus of BA3 Compulsory English, sponsored by Shivaji University, Kolhapur, and organized by MP Patil Mahavidyalay, Borgaon. I also welcome the resource person of this session, Dr. R.A. Kadakne sir, and chairperson of this session, Dr. P.M. Patil sir. It is my great honor and privilege to introduce to Dr. R.A. Kadakne sir. He is presently working as head Department of English, Rajaram College, Kolhapur. He has more than 20 years teaching experience at UG and PG level. He has completed his MPhil and PhD from Shivaji University, Kolhapur. His PhD thesis is entitled A Study of Narrative Space in the select novels by writers of Indian origin. He has delivered more than 10 lectures as a resource person in various seminars, workshop, conferences of national, state as well as university level. He has also presented more than 20 research papers in various seminars, workshop, conferences. There are 7 research publications on his credit in UGC approved journals. Along with this academic excellence, he is also a well-known speaker. He has delivered a considerable number of popular lectures on the various topics like personality development, importance of English language, spoken English, and English teaching, etc. in English and Marathi language. It is really notable that he has established himself as a creative writer and published 3 books. His creative work, माझे मिथ्याचे प्रयोग, published by Pratima Prakashan in 2008, is being recognized as one of the most experimental novels in Marathi literature. His poems, bio sketches, interviews, and articles are also published in various newspapers and magazines. His four radio talks have been aired on All India Radio Kolhapur on the literary works of J.D. Salinger. Along with academic and literary work, he has successfully shouldered many managerial responsibilities at various capacities. His contribution in designing curriculum and courses of Shivaji University is quite remarkable. He has successfully worked as member of various editing boards, interview panels, and academic bodies. His biodata is pretty extensive, and due to time constraint, it is not possible for me to mention all his achievements. With his dedication and commitment, he is always affiliated with various academic, administrative, and creative works in the field of education. Once again, I welcome Dr. R.A. Kadakne, sir. The chairperson of this session is Dr. P.M. Patil, sir. I feel extremely happy to introduce my guide and mentor, Dr. P.M. Patil, sir. He is working as head Department of English of Arts, Commerce and Science College, Palus. He has 28 years experience of teaching at UG and PG. He has worked as a member of BOS in English and a member of Faculty of Arts and Fine Arts. He is a research guide of Shivaji University, Kolhapur. 3 scholars have completed their PhD degree and 3 have submitted thesis under his guidance. He has successfully shouldered various academic responsibilities of Shivaji University as a convener, editor, co-author of syllabus textbooks and SIM, as a chairman and member of LIC, selection committee and syllabus committee for UG and PG. He has completed 2 minor research projects sanctioned by UGC. He has, to his credit, 30 research articles published in national and international reputed journals and presented more than 30 research papers in prestigious university, state, national, and international seminars and conferences. His areas of interest are Indian, Anglo-Indian, and African English literature. Once again, I welcome Dr. R.A. Kadakne, sir, and Dr. P.M. Patil, sir. I thank Dr. Milind Desai, coordinator of this workshop, for availing me this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now I request Dr. R.A. Kadakne, sir, to enlighten us. Hello.
हॅलो हॅलो हा सर आवाज येत नाही हा
Sorry for the inconvenience. Please stay
शेअर
on.
केले सर
Hello,
बोला सर प्लीज शेअर केले
hello.
Yeah.
Are you getting my voice? Hello.
Yes, sir. You are
Yes, sir,
audible. Please go
audible.
on.
Go on, sir.
Okay, thank you. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am
Yes,
I
sir.
audible? Am I audible?
Yeah, sir.
Okay. Good morning to one and all. My senior friend and the principal of PM Patil College, Dr. J. Maitre sir. Another friend of mine and the chair of Board of Studies, Dr. S.B. Bhambar, the chairperson of this session, my friend Dr. P.M. Patil, and all the teacher participants. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay. Well, I am here to... Hello? Hello?
Sir, you are audible. No problem, sir. Please go on.
See, I'm
No
here to
problem, sir.
interact with you. I'm here to interact with you regarding two units. One is group discussion and the another is note making and note taking. Actually, I have written just one unit in this textbook, and that is note making and note taking. But as the organizers have asked me to talk about group discussion as well, I shall be discussing both of these units. But before I begin my discussion, let me make one clarification that I am not going to actually discuss how to teach and test these units, but I'm just going to interact with you. I'm going to think aloud along with you regarding the teaching and testing of these two units. Well, our textbook objectives are, the objectives of our course are that we should train our students to be employable. So we expect that the employability of our students should be enhanced through this textbook. Another goal that we have in our mind is that we should make our students better communicators. So we are aiming at enhancing the communication skills of our students through this textbook. And though this is a revised syllabus, so to say, let me let me clarify that we have already been dealing with the communication skills that are introduced here. So it is not that all these skills are entirely new. These skills have already been taught to the previous generations, but in the revised syllabus, I think we can approach these units from a different perspective. We can teach these units by adopting different methodologies. We can test these skills by appropriating different testing measures. So in this presentation, I shall be talking about these things uh, as far as I can. Could you please move to the next slide, please? Next, next, next slide, please. Yes. Now, this is the previous one. The previous slide, please. The first slide, group discussion. Next, please. Yes. Earlier one. Okay. Now, as teachers, we already know what group discussion is, and there is nothing new in this concept. But I think we should train our students to participate in group discussion for various purposes. There can be an informal group discussion based on a topic which is of interest to the students, and that will not necessarily lead to formal evaluation. So this is informal group discussion. Or there could be a formal group discussion. Maybe a student is being judged for a particular job, and instead of hello, is there any problem? Hello, hello. I hope I am audible and consistent.
Yes, sir. Continue.
Okay, and I regret the inconvenience, technological inconvenience. Okay. So what I think is, as the recruiting patterns are changing these days, only traditional interviews are not enough. Only performance at the time of interview is not enough. In the corporate sector, for instance, a group discussion is an important and integral part of day-to-day work. So our students must also be trained in interpersonal skills. I think our textbook aims at both oral and written skills, and group discussion is necessary for training our students in oral skills. But this is not a one-way communication. This is actually an interpersonal communication. So our students must know how to interact with their peers, how to interact with their companions. And here, see, our textbook expects that we should teach them as to how to initiate a group discussion, how to present our views, how to express our opinions, how to express our agreements or disagreements. But more than that, here we can focus on the non-verbal behavior. Although it is not tested formally in any examination, but that is very, very necessary at the time of employee, at the time of facing interviews and seeking jobs. Because I think, and what I observe, is our students maybe sometimes are good at language. They can speak well, but they cannot manage their non-verbal behavior. They cannot manage their tone. They do not listen to others. They do not respect others when others are talking. So these kinds of soft skills are very, very necessary in a successful professional career. So my point here is that we should not just focus on the examination part of group discussion, because I always think that language is not just for the examination, but it is for lifetime communication. So here our aim should be broader. We should train our students in becoming greater and more successful interpersonal communicators. Could you please move to the next slide? So what is required in a GD, or what is required in a group discussion? See, group discussion requires a lot of homework. And I think when we are supposed to introduce group discussion in a classroom, we should, we should make our students aware of it well in advance. We should give them a topic, and we should ask them to make notes. We should ask them to prepare themselves for the group discussion. And then next day, we should conduct a group discussion of this kind. But there is a problem. This textbook is for the compulsory English class, and we know how overcrowded our classes are. And it is difficult to divide the entire class into small groups and conduct group discussions separately. So what we can do here is we can have batches, and we can involve our students in this training. We can also use technology. For instance, we can video record the group discussions of these batches. Later on, we can see those video recordings, and then we can ask the students to improve themselves based on our guidelines. So what is required in a group discussion is earlier planning, previous planning and preparation. Students must also have enough knowledge of the topic they are going to discuss. And then they should have the manners and etiquettes as to how to initiate a group discussion, how to intervene in the mid of the discussion, how to elicit opinions and views of other participants, how to avoid disagreement as far as possible, and how to reach to the conclusion. So here we can observe these students at different intervals, and then we can give them our feedback. Next, please. Next slide, please. Hello. Could you please move to the next slide? Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Could you please move to the next slide?
Yeah. 1 minute,
Please.
sir.
Please. Hello.
Please stay on. Sorry for the inconvenience. We are sorting out the problem. Okay.
Yes. Verbal and non-verbal. Please. Verbal and non-verbal aspect.
Is this one?
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. See, we are talking about group discussion without getting together. So this is the irony of the situation caused by the COVID-19. And we are using technology, but technology is great when it works. Anyway, I was talking about verbal and non-verbal aspects. My dear friends, I'd like to bring to your notice one research regarding verbal and non-verbal behavior or verbal and non-verbal communication. See, research says around 50% or more of, of our message is conveyed through our body language. Around 35% of our message is conveyed through our voice or the language of our voice, which is called paralanguage. And around 7 to 10% message is conveyed through the language or the words we use. See, as teachers of English language, we focus more on language. So it means we are focusing on the 7%. So 100% of our attention is being focused on the 7% of the entire communication behavior. And in fact, the 50%, as I said, or more than that, of our message is conveyed through evaluate body language in the formal examination pattern. However, at the time of getting jobs and at the time of leaving professional life, these aspects will be really more important than the language. I am not belittling the importance of language, but I am just drawing your attention to the non-verbal aspect when you teach group discussion in your classroom. And if there is a participant who is good at communication, verbal communication, but if his body language is aggressive, if his body language is not polite and is not as per the expectations, he cannot be called a good participant. So this is a thing we should take care of. So I would request again to all the participants that please introduce this non-verbal aspect in the classroom, though it is not part of this unit. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes. So we are already working as the members of panels for group discussion. So we know what we expect from our students when they participate formally in a group discussion. But let us enumerate what we look for at the time of a group discussion. See, we expect our participants to be good at communication. I mean, verbal communication. As far as non-verbal communication is concerned, we expect them to be civilized, to be gentle, to be mannerly. Then we expect them to be good listeners. Group discussion is not just about talking in a group. It is more about listening to others in a group. And I think, again, this listening aspect is never taught formally. This listening aspect is rarely evaluated formally. But I think non-verbal communication and listening as a skill should also be introduced carefully at the time of group discussion. Next is how the students intervene, how they respond to others' reactions, whether they pick up arguments or whether they lead the discussion to the conclusion. These aspects will be really judged at the time of group discussion. Next slide, please. So these are the do's for the students. So first of all, a participant in a group discussion must be a good listener, as I said a few minutes ago. And listening is not just a passive skill. Listening is a receptive skill, no doubt, but listening should be active. We should try to, uh, as participants, we should try to listen to others, and we should not focus on mere words. We should observe their body language, and we should try to know what exactly they are trying to say. We should try to get the message. We should interpret it in a proper way, and then we should respond. So our students must have very sharp receptive skills. So being a good listener, then do not use high vocabulary. Our participants must know who their companions are or who the co-participants are. So they should present their views in such a way that all the participants easily understand. So high vocabulary, high voltage language should not be used at the time of group discussion. Figurative language is not necessary in a group discussion. In a group discussion, what is important is the issue, is the topic, and the points that you make related to that topic. Next is never use technical language. I mean, if there is no technical topic, then technical language need not be used. The discussion should not be made more and more complicated. It should lead to understanding. It should lead to illumination. It should automatically lead to conclusion. So that is required. Then talk appropriate to the issue, being relevant. All the participants must contribute in a group discussion, but they should contribute in a meaningful way. They should be relevant to the topic being discussed. And many times this happens. Students digress, students deviate from the given topic, and they introduce irrelevant issues. And then the group discussion, the entire group discussion gets derailed. So we should avoid and we should discourage our students if they do this. Next slide, please. Yes. Next is speak pleasantly and politely to the group. As I was saying earlier, there could be a good student who uses language grammatically, but his tone is not polite. His behavior is not pleasant. Then he will not be received positively. That will lead to misunderstanding, and that will again result in the failure of group discussion. So what I mean to say here is our students should know how to control their body language. They should also know how to modulate their voice so that it conveys the positive message. So this is one of the do's in a group discussion. Next is remember that a discussion is not an argument. Sometimes this happens. Students react in a personal way. A group discussion is not a personal thing. It is an objective discussion. It is aimed at a particular topic and not a particular person. So sometimes this group discussion does not remain a group discussion. It becomes a personal discussion between one or two individuals, and they exchange arguments, and they spoil the entire environment, and the group discussion fails. So we should discourage our students if they do such a thing. Next slide, please. Yes. As I have already talked about this, 35% or more of our message is conveyed through our voice. So we should ask our students to modulate their voice in a particular way, in an appropriate way. Their pitch should be appropriate, their tone should be appropriate, their speed of delivery should be appropriate to the situation. He or she must ensure that all the participants are receiving whatever he is saying, and accordingly he must rephrase his message if necessary. So all these things are very, very necessary. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Could you please move to the next slide? Yes. Now the don'ts. What are the don'ts for a participant in a group discussion? One is the group discussion should be avoided uh, on a sensitive topic. There should not be a group discussion on a sensitive topic. It should be a topic which is appropriate, which is comfortable for all the students. So religion, caste, or some other issues like these should be as far as avoided in a group discussion. This is my personal view. But a group discussion should maintain its standards, its decorum. I think there is a lot of disturbance. Could you please mute your voices? Could you please mute your mics? Please mute your mics. Hello.
Yes, done, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, sometimes what happens in a group discussion, one participant is overactive, over responsive, and another is very, very hesitant and uncomfortable. He or she does not say anything, does not voice his responses, voice his opinions. Then there is the role of the anchor, the person who is conducting the group discussion must ensure that all the participants get equal amount of time. They are equally engaged. They are equally involved in a group discussion. So a group discussion is a very, very democratic exercise. All are equal and all have their own voice. So they should raise their voice and they should together reach to the conclusion. And then they should have a consensus that is expected in a group discussion. So group discussion should not have these things. There should not be criticism, uh, personal criticism, I mean. Then if there should not be monopoly of some participants, all participants must be treated equal and they should have equal participation, and there should not be there can be disagreements, but there should not be conflicts and there should not be personal views. So these are some of the don'ts. Please move to the next slide. Yes, these are tips for the effective participation. I mean, these are not the tips for the teachers, but these are the tips for the students. But the teachers can encourage the students to inculcate these things among them. One is understanding. A group discussion is not for discussion. Basically, it is for about understanding a particular issue, understanding a particular topic, and then reaching to a resolution. So understanding is the core of group discussion. Discussion is not the core. We should keep this in mind. So speaking, all participants should speak, but they should speak as much is necessary. They should speak enough, but not more. Then initiation. All the participants must be active enough. All the participants must be enthusiastic enough to initiate, to take the initiative. And they should be energized about the topic, and they should feel like talking about this topic. So this atmosphere has to be created at the time of group discussion. Then structure. Structure in the sense a group discussion has a particular structure. It should proceed in a particular way. There should be a beginning, then there will be a middle, and then it will have an end. So there is a particular kind of logical sequence, and a group discussion must follow this logical sequence. Next is summarization, that is expected at the end. So these are some of the tips for effective participation in a group discussion. Next slide. Hello. Next slide, please. Before. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
So
You are audible.
My friends, next earlier one. Yes. My friends, this is all about group discussion. I know this discussion about group discussion is not comprehensive, but I have just selected a few aspects of this unit, and I hope this will be of some use to you. Now, let me quickly jump to the next unit, which is entitled Note Making and Note Taking. Now, this is the 6th unit in the textbook, but I think this should be the earlier one, because note making and note taking is necessary for group discussion as well, or for other communication skills as well. But in fact, note making and note taking, this is a daily exercise of all students. This is in fact the main exercise of all the students. When they study, what do? They either read or then make notes, or they reproduce these notes at the time of examination with the addition of their own understanding. So note making and note taking are the routine exercises of the students. But let me differentiate between these two. There is a lot of disturbance. Mute your mics, dear participants. Can you please mute your mics, participants? Hello? Is that okay? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
There is a lot of disturbance. Hello? Can I continue?
Please continue, sir.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Continue, sir.
There is a lot of disturbance from the other end. Hello?
Sir.
Should I continue?
Yeah, sir.
Okay, thank you so much again. So I was talking about note making and note taking. So I said that note making and note taking are the daily exercises in the studenthood and even in our profession. So let me differentiate between note taking and note making. These are the two different skills actually. Note taking is the act of noting important points at the time of attending an oral presentation. So when students are attending lectures, for instance, or when they are participating in a workshop, they are supposed to note down the points that they like from the speaker's presentation. So here they need a different skill because they cannot control the source. They cannot control the speaker's delivery. They cannot control the speed of delivery. They cannot control the topic and the scope of the topic. And so they are not uh, enabled to control the source. The only thing that they can do is they have to adjust themselves with the speaker or the source. So this requires a different skill. It requires a lot of flexibility on the part of the students. Note making is a different skill because here they can, I mean, the students can control almost everything. They can choose the source, they can validate the source. Yes, they can validate the source, they can find the reliable source, and then they can approach the source at their own speed, at their own convenience, and they can revisit the source, which is not available in a day-to-day lecture unless it is video recorded or audio recorded. So note making is a different skill. Note making requires silent reading, whereas note taking requires active listening. So our students should be trained in active listening when they are exercising note taking, and they should be trained in reading or silent reading when they are making notes. Next slide, please. Now, what are the do's for note taking? First is defining the purpose. The student should know why they are attending a particular lecture. They should know why they are listening to a particular topic. So their goal should be clear to themselves so that they can focus on their goal while listening to a particular lecture. So there could be one lecture, but there could be different rules to listen to it. So the student should define their goal before they take note of a particular presentation. Then they should be attentive. They should be attentive enough because they cannot control the source. So they have to be in tune with the speaker. Then they should relate their topic to their syllabus. They should relate their topic to their examination. They should take notes in such a way that they remember. See, note taking and note making is nothing but for helping themselves remember whatever they have learned. So note taking and note making are for helping the memory, not just helping understanding. So they should be able to reproduce whatever they have understood. So we should encourage the students to follow these things. They should be flexible enough. They should match their listening speed with the speed of the speaker. They should match their speed of understanding with the speed of the delivery. They should also collaborate with their peers because this will ease their burden if they divide their work of note taking and if they assemble these notes later, this will help them save their time and energy. So these are some of the do's for note taking. Next. Next slide, please. Methods of note taking. Actually, there are several methods of note taking, but I have introduced just two here. One is the very simple or basic method of note taking, that is called the outline method. So just remembering the outline of the presentation, the main points of the presentation. And so first the main point, then the sub point, then again sub point, and then switching over to the next main point. So in this way, notes are taken in the outline method. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes, Cornell method. This is another method. This is a bit more advanced than the outline method, because in outline method you just have main and sub points, but here you have main points, then you have sub points, and then at the end you have the summary of the presentation, or that is the understanding that you have arrived at after listening to these points. So this method is more useful than the earlier one. Next. Now, note making. Again, in note making, there should be a particular method that the students should follow. The students must find a reliable source, an authentic source while making notes. These days, what happens, we know. Students buy ready-made notes from the bazaar. They do not bother to make their own notes. And we all know that these bazaar notes are not reliable. They in fact produce wrong information sometimes. So they produce ignorance rather than knowledge. So our students should be discouraged in this aspect. We should in fact ask our students, encourage our students to go to the authentic sources, refer the problem. Hello. Hello. Could you please? Hello. Yes. Am I audible now?
Yes. Sorry for the convenience, sir.
No problem. Okay. Now, I was talking about the original source. So students should approach the original source while making notes, so that their notes become reliable and authentic. Then they must know how to read for comprehension. Here they are not reading for memorization. They are not supposed to reproduce the text or the original thing as it is in the examination. In fact, they must know how to grasp the basic idea. They must know how to get the central idea, the core idea from the given text. And they must understand this and reproduce it with their own understanding and with their own attitude to it and in their own language. In fact, what happens is students reproduce from the ready-made notes without changing it. They just learn it by heart and then reproduce it at the time of examination. So this is nothing but copying, and this will not help them be a good student. So in fact, note making and note taking are the skills which are the basic or foundational skills which make our students good students. So I think apart from teaching this unit for examination, we should teach this unit as a lifetime skill for the students. Next slide, please. Yes, methods of note making. Again, there are so many methods of note making, but for the time constraint, I have introduced just one or two. First, and the basic one is the split page format. So this is a page with two parts. On the left hand side, there is the original text, and on the right hand side, there is the summary or the main points of that text. So we should ask our students to follow this method. They can have the original text on the left hand side, and they can be asked to note the main points when they find as they are reading. Next. Yes. Another important method of note making is mind mapping. Mind mapping is nothing but visual thinking. So first, there will be the main idea or the central idea, and the central idea could be imagined as an image, and then the main points and the sub points could be attached to it. But here, visual thinking, not the verbal thinking, is encouraged, and this helps a lot. This kind of thinking can help us remember things in a more effective way. So we should ask our students to follow this mind mapping method while making notes. Next, please. Now, testing of this unit. I also was expected to talk about the testing of group discussion. Now, let me talk about these two things at this juncture. First is there should be informal evaluation and the formal evaluation. Formal evaluation will be as per the format prescribed by the university. So there will be some tasks given for particular marks. There will be some exercises given for the particular marks. That is okay. Formal examination will be there, no problem. But I think as far as group discussion is concerned, there should be informal judgment or informal evaluation, because body language cannot be tested formally. The language of voice or the para language that cannot be tested formally. There is no provision, as I said earlier. But it can be incorporated in informal evaluation, and all the teachers can devise their own methods. They can have their own testing devices for both group discussion and note taking and note making. Next slide, please. Earlier one. Yes, thank you. See, the kind of methods that I introduced regarding note taking and note making are somehow traditional methods. But we can have these days, we can have various softwares and various mobile applications for teaching and testing these skills. So I would encourage all the participants, I would request all the participants to be innovative in this area, and they can find out their own convenient softwares and applications, and they can help the students acquire these skills in a more effective way. So I think I have tried to discuss whatever I could. There were some technological problems, but I hope I was sensible enough. So I thank you all for your patient listening. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving your valuable insights on group discussion and note making and note taking. Sir, I'm sure your address will help a lot while teaching module 5 and 6. Thank you once again, sir. Now I request, yeah. Now I request my colleague, Dr. PM, my tutor, Dr. PM Patil sir, to deliver his presidential address.
Hello, am I audible, sir?
Yeah, sir.
Okay. At the first, at the outset, Honorable MP Patil Mahavidyalaya Authority, Honorable Principal, and our inspiration, J. Maitre Sir ji, our friend Dr. Milind Desai, Mansingh Khomre sir, and all organizing committee. Then Dr. S.P. Bhambar sir, Chairman of BOS, research person, Honorable Raghunath Kadakne sir ji, and my beloved teacher participants. At the outset, I express gratitude to the principal J. Maitre sir and Milind Desai sir for inviting me to chair the session of this workshop. Actually, I will not make the comment is on the Raghunath Kadakne sir's lecture. He has given elaboratively fine lecture regarding the group discussion as well as the note taking and the note making. Actually, the authority of the university, including the chairman of the BOS, they have made the textbook is a tool in the hands of innovative teachers and to make the students learn English skills. And there is the basic motto, or there is a basic purpose to enhance the skills of the communication of the students. And sir has given touch to the all such kind of things regarding group discussion, note making, and note taking. In his lecture, what is the requirement for the group discussion, what is difference between verbal and non-verbal aspects of group discussion, do's and don'ts regarding group discussion, or the tips of the group discussion, and making notes and taking notes. Actually, what sir has given is not only useful for the only point of the examinations, but when you give the examination in your life, such things are very important, because the group discussion is used as an instrument for judging the skills or suitability of the candidates for the job, and through it the employer or we can understand how candidate or the students interact in a team, because today student is nothing but he is the product in the market, and he should have such kind of skills in group discussion as well as regarding note making and note taking. Today we for a success in the professional,
Hello, sir. You are not audible now. Please check your network, sir. Patil, sir.
in our academic life. And for the note taking, first thing sir has stated that you should be first good listener and the audition. That is very important thing. Means we can't control the lecturer or the speaker, is, and we have to select the our methods for uh, taking the notes is for that means for the note taking you should be a good audience and a good listener, and for note making you should be good reader first, means you should go through that. And these group discussion, making notes and taking notes, these things at first I told you they are not only useful for the examinations, but they are very useful if you take one step ahead is in your life to be successful. Is thanks for elaborative and a very helpful lecture is of the Raghunath Kadakne Sarji. Thanks for that. And once again, I thanks for J. Maitre sir and Milind Desai sir for giving me an opportunity to share the session and to share my views on these workshops. Yes, once again, thanks all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. Thank you,
Hello,
sir.
sir. Hello, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you once again for your review and your presidential address. Now I request my colleague, Professor Mrs. P.M. Sound, Madam, to propose vote of thanks for the session.
Thank you, sir. It is great pleasure to me express vote of thanks to Honorable Dr. A. Karnis, Rajaram College, resource person of this first session, who guides us on the details of group discussion and note making and note taking. I am very thankful to him for his interactive guidance to us. I express my word of thanks to Dr. P.M. Patil sir, chairperson of this session. I am thankful to Dr. P.P. Yadav sir, who introduced us with resource person and chairperson of this session. I am very thankful to all participants for their presence for this session. Now proceed to the next session. I would like to take the opportunity to welcome resource person, chairperson, delegates, participants to second section. In second section, we have an guidance of Dr. R.B. Tahsildar sir. I would like to introduce this great person who is assistant professor, head of the department and coordinator, vice principal of the college. He has completed his PhD degree entitled A Critical Evaluation of Special English Papers offers at UG level in select universities of Maharashtra state. He has 24 years of teaching experience at UG and PG level. He is a recognized research guide for MPhil and PhD students in English from Savitribai Phule University, Pune. He is a research member in research committee of KTHM College, Nashik. He has submitted 4 minor research projects. On his name, there are 3 books on reference skills, reading skills, and English studies in India. He has published 35 articles in journals on English studies in India, ESP in India, reference skills, compulsory English and special English syllabi, and comparative studies also. He has published 11 articles in Proceedings of Conference, 4 articles in edited books, and 3 books on reviews also. He has presented research papers in 17 international conferences, 10 at national level conferences, 4 at state level conferences, and 2 university level seminars are attended by him. He has delivered invited talks as a resource person in varied seminars and conferences. He has an academic visits to abroad in Portugal and Malaysia. He has a deep contribution in design of syllabi. He is chairman at the board studies in English at SN Arts, DGM Commerce, and BNS Science College also. He played a vital role in designing course English language teaching for MA program also. He has delivered guest lectures on the topic careers for English graduates, British and American English, nursery rhymes, code switching and code mixing, dictionary skills, relevance of teaching literature and teaching poetry. He has also played the vital role in training workshops also. He has professional membership that the life member of Linguistic Society of India from 2011 onwards. He is life member of Comparative Literature Association of India. He is member of Forum for Teachers of English Language and Literatures. He has played the vital role in his responsibilities at the administrative level. He performed his duty as nodal officer in All India Survey of Higher Education and National Institutional Ranking Framework membership in Internal Quality Assurance Cell of the college. Now, I would like to introduce chairperson of this session, that is Dr. L.K. Wagmohe sir from Avia Government College for Women, Karikal, Pondari. He has the year experience of teaching at senior college level. His area of specialization is Indian English literature. He is interested in the field of research of Buddhist literature, has published and presented research papers in national and international seminars and conferences also. So I again welcome these dignitaries and learned persons who guide us on this session. Now, I would like to request Honorable Dr. R.V. Tahsildar sir to proceed this session. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Now I request Dr. R.B. Tahsildar sir to enlighten us.
Good morning, all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I am very much grateful to the organizers of this workshop, Principal Dr. J. Maitre sir, Dr. Milind Desai sir, and all the organizing team, and the participants present here who are eager to listen to all the resource persons. I am also grateful to the Board of Studies in English and Linguistics, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, the chairperson, Dr. S.B. Bhambar sir, and all his colleagues, the editor of the textbook, Dr. Srimati G.D. Ingre madam, and all the unit writers for giving me an opportunity to write the unit and be part of this team. Let me begin with the things. In his keynote address, Dr. Bhambar sir has already told about the background of introduction of units on communication skills, and here the previous presenter, Dr. Kadakne sir, has also created favorable background for my presentation. Here, just to tell, every year we celebrate 14th September and 27th February as Hindi Day and Marathi Day. And when we think of the reality, we have to take to our students whatever is the reality. Here are two examples to tell this. This is not for the teachers of English, but this is for the students of English. We have to take this to the students of English, and that's why I would like to tell this. See, there is an advertisement of Kendriya Hindi Sangathan, Agra, and they ask us to use Hindi for different purposes, and the advertisement for here awards is in English. There are few persons for whom English is necessary, that is especially when we think of reading of this advertisement, but the stark contrast we may come across is there is only one national university in Maharashtra, that is national in the sense Central University, Mahatma Gandhi Hindi Vishwavidyalaya. Only one central university in Maharashtra as compared to other states. And here the journal of the department or of the university, Hindi, is published in English language. I think this much is enough to know the importance of English to our students as well. There is one more thing. As I have told, 27th of February is celebrated every year as Marathi Day. I am not against mother tongue, but the thing is, English is used to explain Marathi, so that we can take to the third year students of our graduation this thing. First is advertisement of TET. This is advertisement in Marathi, and for the word Navintam, it is explained in English. Explained in the sense parallel word is given English, and that too in Devanagari. Similarly, one of the objectives of establishment of different universities in Maharashtra is to preserve our mother tongue, that is Marathi. And see here, Department of Marathi, whatever letter has been issued by this department of Savitribai Phule Pune University for Sadhan Vyakti, here the word given in the bracket is resource person. Means to communicate in Marathi, we need English, and this much is enough for our students. Similarly, think of we are again and again focusing on English for employment, and we know that. And see here two advertisements. One is Pune Hamal Sweeper. This advertisement is in English and even requires driver. See their educational qualification, their work, nature of work, and see the advertisements are in English. And then I will come to the task at hand. Are our graduates job ready? See, we need to update our curriculum, and even here most graduates lack soft skills. That is what industries say. And when we go into the job market, what are the things? That there are jobs available, but the graduates lack skills. And these two are communicated in Marathi, but still they don't reach towards this. And we need to make them serious. We are serious enough. That's why we are teaching. We have to make them serious enough. One example simply, I may take of stenographer. See, in Ahmednagar district court, there were here applications of 58 candidates. That was the short list of 58 candidates. And when you think of here availability of the candidates, you can understand out of 58 vacancies for 79 applications were received and only 17 candidates were selected. Here I would like to give this example for only one reason. Wherever there is need to develop skills, graduates are lagging in their hard work. Generally they would avoid to go to these areas. The whole scenario in Maharashtra we may come across. Then in this here session, I would like to focus on these things. Semester 5 unit interview skills and semester 6 unit media writing. Now English for communication. This is the book which you all know. There is no need for me to tell again about this. And just I will point your attention towards course objectives and course outcomes. Only I have highlighted to impart employability skills to students and to enable students to acquire specific professional skills such as media writing. And the things related to what I am dealing with: face job interviews confidently and efficiently, as well as acquire soft skills required at workplaces and in real life, and acquire professional skills required in media. Now, as we know, there are 3 units on communication skills in each semester. I will briefly take you to interview skills, and then my focus will be on the newly introduced unit, media writing. Am I audible clearly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, whatever are these 2 unequal parts of this presentation? See, first is interview skills, and second is media writing. I am fortunate enough to take you to interview skills, a unit written by Dr. Prakash Patil sir. And here media writing, I have dealt with this unit, and that's why I am sharing my thoughts with you. The main point I would like to discuss is that when we think of question paper pattern, internal evaluation, all these things are related to our teaching methods. Our evaluation procedures determine our teaching methods. That is the reality. That is, first we think of question paper pattern, and then we decide how to teach and what to teach. Now, this is the pre-corona situation where descriptive question paper pattern is in front of us. There are MCQs as well, but these are restricted to question 1, in both the semesters. And for interview skills, one question with internal option for 8 marks. Similarly, for media writing, one question with internal option for 8 marks. Means here you can have here questions for 4 marks as well. That is, it depends on the nature and number of questions you set. But there should be one separate question on this unit, interview skills. Now the exams are in MCQ type mode, and let's see how this can be considered. Now, see the thing, as most of you are experienced teachers, some of you have already taught interview skills for many years, and this year too, as it was part of semester 1. The very first unit was of that, that is semester 5. And here I'm not going to share anything new which is totally new to you, but I'm simply going to share my views as a peer. You already know the purpose of inclusion of communication skills. One of the things we tell is English for employability. When we think of these two units, interview skills and media writing, they appear prescriptive in nature, but the purpose of their inclusion in the syllabus is to develop communication skills of the students. Here, there are certain features of these units with respect to job opportunities. When we think of interview skills, these are for jobs only. Then teaching of these units and evaluation, I will deal with these things. But see, interview skills are basically related to oral communication, and as the title suggests, media writing is related to writing skills. In both the units, we have open-ended tasks, and here, how to go for these tasks? We can go for comparative type of tasks or even completion type of tasks. That's how we can think of classroom activities. Let me brief on interview skills. Whatever preparation, that is this unit interview skills, is mainly divided into pre-interview, during interview, such two phases. And when we think of pre-interview and during interview phases, here what preparation should the last year students make to ready themselves for the interviews? See, we may ask these questions to them, whether they know at least one of such things like employment news, or whether they know which are the supplements published by different papers, newspapers, that is Marathi as well as English, whether they know the word written here. I will deliberately avoid its utterance. Whether they know this word and its meaning, whether they know the difference between resume, CV, biodata, because they are going to face interviews with the help of these documents, and for whom we are teaching these skills, are they computer literates? As Dr. Kadakni sir has already acquainted us with group discussion skills, here I may simply mention soft skills and whether they know, and here do we train them for face-to-face interviews or non-face-to-face interviews? Here, when we think of here these units, see, first I may take a brief roundup of this interview skills unit. As you all know, unit is not at all new to you. We have all faced interviews, and here we are in jobs, and that's why through our experience we can orient our students. But the limitation, as I have told of both the units, that these are informative and prescriptive in nature. And when we think of questions in the exam, here there one has to think of how to set multiple choice type of questions on these units, especially think of interview skills. Some of the things are subjective, and that's why it is a challenging task. Now, what are the things here? Basic purpose of including interview skills unit is to prepare students to use English for their job interviews. The focus is on job interviews because they know other type of interviews, how to interview famous film personalities, sports personalities, everything they are acquainted with. And now we have to train them to face job interviews. Now, here in preparation, whether they have to carry important documents, what documents they have to carry, what type of formal attire they should wear, what information about the place of job or the position of job they should know, what homework they should carry out for job interviews. These things have been mentioned in the preparation for interviews. And here, mostly we tell this through lecture method. If we try to become innovative, we can think of options for innovative teaching methods here, but lecture method is preferred. Then, while facing job interviews, which expressions are to be preferred, especially how to greet the interviewers, then what type of English is to be used, how there should be voice modulation. We have to think of here politeness as well as punctuality here, and we have to exhibit our soft skills properly during the interview. Especially one of the skills like teamwork skills is important, and the interviewers along with English language, they are going to see these things. We have to train our students in this area. Then a few other things, especially what type of questions are asked by the interviewer, then how to answer those questions, what are the set expressions or useful expressions, these are to be told, and whatever is the general trend, whether they should believe in general trend or not. When the question is like introduce yourself, generally students go for the thing like myself Ravindra Tashildar, that is the beginning, and whether such expressions are acceptable or not, we have to communicate this to our learners in the classroom, so that whatever brand with which they fall out of our college, one should not doubt the brand, because at the time of interview they tell the year of graduation and college from which they have graduated. And that's why the responsibility of teachers of English increases here, to train the learners to use appropriate expressions at the time of interview. Especially focus is on interview, that is use of English, whatever may be the post, peon or driver or any other, because they are going to test English, and whether the learners, those candidates, whether they begin the interview with may I come in or may I come in sir or sirs. These expressions are already there in our unit. Then what candidates should avoid, what should be personality traits, and here what type of questions are generally asked, open-ended, closed questions are asked by interviewers. This is there, and there is a sample interview given at the end. I hope all of you have covered this already, this unit already. Now the question is how to test, and whatever is a type of question like complete the following dialogue. See, the irony of the situation is we have to develop their oral skills, and we have to test these skills with the help of a written question like complete the following dialogue. Though we have scope in seminar presentations, but this is part and parcel of our question paper pattern, and we are helpless. Being teachers of English or paper setters, we are helpless in this situation. Now I would like to elaborate on the next part, that is paper F, module 7, media writing. My focus would be on this, and here there are 3 sections. Some of you might have gone through the unit, some of you may not have yet gone through the unit, but the unit is divided into 3 sections broadly: editorial writing, editing, print and online, and script writing for radio and television. Now, as in the keynote address, we have come across that nature of this unit is introductory. Keeping this in mind, we have to acquaint our learners with the job opportunities in this area. I'm aware that these are not students of special English. These are students of compulsory English. But if they have good command on English, here they are welcome in the world of media, mass media. And that's why we have to think of though introductory in nature, we have to acquaint them with the things. And here, as I have told you, limitation, as this is also rather prescriptive, and even I may dare to say more informative unit. But here, as a writer of this unit, I had limitations that it has to be restricted to journalistic examples. That is, examples from journalistic writing. The reason, though there were other types of writings, here constraints of time and space matter, and that's why here we finally took a decision to go with journalistic writing or examples from this sector. Now, what are the things here? See, generally we have the habit of the questions like do as directed, and we use sentences in isolation. But to train the learners in this unit or to orient them in this area, media writing, I think we have to give them examples in context. Instead of giving separate sentences, we have to give examples in context. In this presentation, I have not done that, but I will tell you how to do that. Then editorial skills require command on grammar and vocabulary. You may wonder how students from rural area become editors of here English newspapers in India or abroad. I think we should not use this rural as a shield. We all are from rural areas, and still we have acquired command on English. Whatever may be background, that is, if you have come from 12th science or 12th arts or 12th commerce, or even some might have come after BE civil or any other engineering degree or BHMS. This may be background, but still we have acquired command on English, though we are from rural area. And our students, though they are from rural area, I think they have opportunities if they master these skills, and right orientation may make the difference. One thing to make it clear, students are not at all expected to write full-length editorials in this unit. That is, if we ourselves don't write, why to expect it from students? And that's why here focus is on identification or writing of introductory statement or concluding remarks of editorials. Then the question comes, are there enough jobs? See, as compared to jobs in other fields, I agree that number of vacancies are relatively less, especially when you think of Times of India, the Hindu, the Indian Express, or the Hindustan Times. There are jobs, but even in regional newspapers in English like Sakal Times, Lokmat Times, or even whatever is not regional one, DNA, Daily News Analysis, here these firms require good candidates with editorial as well as editing skills. And they again and again complain that candidates are not easily available to them. And that's why we may try our best to develop interest among students for careers in mass media. Okay, this is the first exercise, first task in the book. Here, on the same subject, there are two editorials from two different newspapers. Here, this is on PV Sindhu, and one is from Times of India and another is from the Hindustan Times. Both are in our textbook, these editorials. Now, what is expected here in case of these editorials? That we have to ask the learners to find out introductory statement or concluding remarks, or how there is coherence in the introduction and conclusion. Because how to write editorial, how effective should be the first paragraph, how effective should be the concluding paragraph. We can simply acquaint them with these things. I think this is not at all useless. Okay, and from editorial, here I may take you to the next thing, that is editing skills. When we come to editing skills, here proofreading is one of the things which has much demand. As teachers of English, you may be helping your good friends in science and other faculties and subjects to proofread their research papers. I think our students can also do this, though they are students of compulsory English. See, these are not here theoretical ideas, but here some students are good at English, but they choose to go for competitive exams or other subjects, and they can have this. If they return from competitive exams, they can go for this, and that's why here proofreading has enough scope at different places. And when you acquaint the learners or TYBA students with the rates of proofreading, you may definitely attract them towards this profession or job opportunity. Now, what is the changing trend? Deliberately, I have taken examples from Marathi. Earlier, only writers were given credits. Then it started that translators were also given credits. Now, there is a trend in case of Marathi. See, proofreader's name is also mentioned in the credits. Proofreader's name. Here, Mudrit Shodhan. See, the names are given. And though this is not part of mass media, in print media, here there is scope for jobs, we can tell. Then in the book, we have to acquaint them with here certain proofreaders' remarks, marks, and here what type of teaching we may carry out. This is one simple example that match the following type exercise we may carry out, where we can give them some proofreading symbols. Due to constraint of space, all the symbols have not been given in the book. Teachers are requested to go for other sources to get the complete list. The things are that every symbol may not be useful or may not be necessary for our classwork, and that's why such type of exercise can be considered for them. Now, here are the answers of that exercise. Just how to carry out classroom activities. This was one, and how to acquaint them. This is one more from other source. That same are the symbols. Sometimes these are in bold or sometimes these are in normal. Similar things are easily available, and we have to take them to them. In online teaching, this is not possible to show them how to proofread. But in case of offline teaching, we can give them tasks at hand to carry out such things. Then I will seek your attention towards taking them to here editing skills. One of the areas is that we have to deal with words spellings. Words often confused. In the unit on English for competitive exams, this part is covered. Here simply there is revision, and in editing we can understand that vocabulary and grammar learned by the learners for so many years, right from class 1, that is they are beneficiaries of Pahili Pasun Ingraji, and till TY they are acquainted with vocabulary and grammar. They have developed certain things, and all these are collectively useful in the career ahead. They can understand here. Now, this is what is one of the words I may show you, that is under the following criterion. And here word criterion has been made famous by NAC, and we know what is right and what is wrong, being teachers of English. And this example is not in BA3 book, but the same unit which is in BSc 3 part 3, this example has been included there. Now, what type of exercises we can give them? This is from the book itself, that we teachers need to prepare for this. That is the thing. Means, is the title erroneous? Think of spotting the errors. Title 1, Title 2, Title 3. And see the clues given: meaning, spelling, number. Especially when we think of number, that is in grammar, it is related to nouns. These are the clues given, and we can think of such examples. This is nothing but their application of knowledge. Now, for editing skills, one thing is must, that learners should make use of good dictionaries. And we have to recommend it. We do this every time, but here, especially, we have to go for that. And what is the need? I may tell you that need. Just I will seek your attention towards last example: enlist unemployed, Raghuvira tells Youth Congress leaders. This is from March 25th, 2016. 5-year-old news is there. just think what is the meaning of word enlist here. As teachers or users of English, you may think. And here I may take this example to stress the need of using dictionaries by the learners. Just one or two examples I may give. These are the meanings of the word enlist from different dictionaries. Take, for example, these three: Cambridge, Collins Cobild, and Longman. Meaning is to join the armed forces, to persuade someone to help you. And the meaning with which we use it, it is not in any of the dictionaries. I have entries from other dictionaries as well. Even think of Oxford, which we rely heavily on, to persuade somebody to help you or to join you in doing something, or to join or to make somebody join the armed forces. And the way in which we use word enlist in number of areas, that meaning is not there, and that's why we have to recommend dictionaries for the learners. And here I would like to congratulate all the users of English for using enlist with their own meaning, because we are Indians and our Prime Minister has already said this country has the strength to change the meaning of words in dictionary. Enlist is one of that example that we have strength and we have changed the meaning of word enlist. Whatever is not the meaning in dictionary, we are using, and that's why we have to focus on this. Then I have told you comparative type of exercises, or here completion type of exercises can be used. Here is such a thing. On the left hand side, there is a paragraph which can be proofread, that is, and edited, especially this is for editing. And on the right hand side, its edited part is given. That is, we have, instead of asking directly to the learners to edit anything or spot the errors, we can tell after editing what difference is there, and we can assist them to note the differences. Such type of exercises, though not directly mentioned in the book, we may need because of constraints of space. See, more than 25 pages is the length of this unit, and that's why here we have to go out of the text for such type of things. Then you may see that this COVID pandemic is a blessing in disguise. For two things, I will refer to earlier unit, that is interview skills. As in his keynote address here, Chairman Board of Studies in English and Linguistics, Dr. S.B. Bhamber sir, has told that we have to go for mock interviews. And now the candidates who will pass out TYBA and enter into the world of employment, for them telephonic interviews are the need of the time. Now pandemic helps us to take them to telephonic interviews. That is, we can take online interviews or telephonic interviews or interviews with the help of video calls, and we can give them practice. Here the teaching method we may use is role play. In the class, any sharp student or we may perform the role of interviewer and learners may be interviewers. Sample examples you may consider in the class. Similarly, online editing is such a subunit which can't be taught with the help of Blackboard. Here we need to use PowerPoint presentation to teach this. That is, if we can take them to window review panel, here we can show this. And now if you get a chance for this, this can be taught online, and what changes one can make, this is the screenshot of the page. Means this is blessing in disguise. Then there are two more things: writing script for radio and TV. Whatever are the exercises in the book, I may tell you this is a news item, and this news item is to be changed or transformed into radio news. Earlier part of the unit, difference between newspaper news and radio news, this is given. Especially one or two differences I may tell you, that newspaper news, when we think of the title, here it is not in complete sentence. And in case of radio news, here we are not worried about punctuation marks. Newspaper news is mostly in reported speech, whereas for radio news, active voice is to be preferred. Whatever are such features, this can be taken into account, and we have to carry out this exercise. And for that, I have given this example here. Just 3 headings have been given. Now, here, whatever are the topics for internal assessment, especially projects, here is a list. I am taking you to those. See, comparative study of structure of editorials, because structure is already given there. Then types of editorials. Here for group projects, we can think of any newspaper. Here example is given of the Times of India, or spotting the errors from newspaper headlines, or linguistic analysis of television news headlines, because headlines appear after every 20-30 minutes, and we can think of these. Here we have to develop one habit of our students to watch English television channels as well. They may be habitual with Aaj Tak or here other channels like Lokmat, but we have to here take them to television news headlines. Then this we can take as voluntary work, that proofreading of the articles in English section of college annual. We publish annuals every year, and articles are less in number which are in English, and we can give this task to our students of TY, compulsory English, I mean. Script writing for U1 program in English for the nearest radio station. I know in reality, no radio station entertains programs in English. For UGC special English programs also, this limitation is there. No radio station here gives access for such thing, but we have to practice this. Then script writing for poetry reading session in English for the local TV channel. Number of local TV channels are there, and we can think of such group projects for them. Then when you think of descriptive questions, first I may take you to these descriptive questions, that what type of questions can be there. See, first imagine yourself as the editor of English newspaper published from Maharashtra, and write a concluding paragraph of the editorial on the death of a famous film personality. And similarly, see, for TV, I had not taken any earlier task here. You are working with a local TV channel, prepare a script to interview a student of your college who has passed an examination conducted by MPSC. Here, imagine yourself or invent details. That is the thing. That is, such type of questions can be given, and there is enough scope to experiment here. When it comes to shorter questions, I know I am running short of time. I will come to the concluding part. And here, see, when you think of shorter questions, what type of questions can be given? Directly linking with job application. Here, we may ask them to find out incorrect spelling. They may use their mobile handsets, or they may use Google, but still this is it. Okay. Now, there is remote possibility, or I may say distant possibility, that last semester exam may also be online, taking into account the current pandemic situation. Then what type of MCQs can be set on this unit? Here are 5 examples, that some are informative, but some are practical as well. And what type of questions can be set on the unit? All these are from the book itself. And see, they have to ask to identify proofreading symbol for the instruction, put this in capitals, or identify the correct sentence. Here we have exercise, correct the following sentence. Here we have that is for in competitive exams. Here identify the correct sentence, then correct spelling. Such type of exercise is there for competitive exams as well. Think of the punctuation mark. Here I may say that the unit on competitive exams has the information on punctuation mark, and the same information is repeated in unit on media writing as well. Here we have to think of the correlation between, and then American English, British English. Okay, now These are some of the reference books which we may refer to. Hope there was something which you may take to your classrooms. Your suggestions, feedback is welcome. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I'm available to you to answer your questions whenever these are. I thank the organizers once again, the principal and his team, to giving me this opportunity. Hope I have maintained the time limit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving your valuable insights on interview skills and media writing. Sir, I assure your address will help a lot to all the teachers and students. Thank you once again, sir. Now I request our friend Dr. L.K. Wagmare, sir, who has recently joined Puducherry Women College, to deliver his presidential address.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. At the outset of my chairing talk, I would like to offer my special thank to the principal, Dr. J. M. Mithil, who is also my supportive guide. And I'm thankful to the BOS chairman of Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Dr. Bhambar sir, and today's resource person, Dr. R.B. Tasildar. I will speak on today's talk that I found it too much practical, because we know generally the area of units have been allotted to him in case of interview skills and media writing. So these two skills, they are very important in the life of students. I will tell you in a very special way about the interview skill. That interview skill can become the turning point in the career of the student, because everywhere our students are getting selected, they are preparing themselves interview. At the very initial stage, Dr. Tasildar, he started his speech by focusing importance of English, and for that reason he has already given some practical examples, and I found him very much aware about some cultural diversities of Indian languages. He respected the cultural diversities of all the Indian languages and found unity in them. And this I would like to tell you. Again, he focused his attention on the importance of grammar and vocabulary in media. So we need to understand, as a student, every student has to prepare himself or herself to have good acquaintance with English grammar. Today we are lacking the issues at some extent, but now students are getting too much confused on this subject. So here, if we think about the media, sir has already told us about the beginning, the middle, and the concluding part of any print media. So whatever may be the importance, whatever may be the ideology of any part of writing, it is totally based on the particular beginning, middle, and end. So sir has shared so many technical realities, technical ideas of different media by giving some examples. So I would focus my intention here on the skills, and that are very much essential in our life. We learn skills throughout our life, but sometimes we do not become that much activated to show our potential in front of all the people. So we learn hospitality. I think that communication skills can be helpful to make person leader, or person gets leadership skills in it. So communication skills doesn't mean that we should have command over language. Whatever may be the language, whatever may be the type of language, we should have command over our own activities. And hence, I would say very frankly that communication is an art. And that art we have to use in media writing. So at first it is our moral duty to develop our art in communication. Sir has already told us and he has already entertained us about giving some examples regarding the interview skill. So there needs our eye contact, body language, voice tonality. We must have that proactive sense, and these things are to be followed when we communicate, when we face a particular interview. And hence, if we want to learn English, we need to have some touch with some journals. We should read English newspapers. We keep ready some small portions of our mind, always alert, memorize some short ideas about English. So sir has told us the importance of vocabulary. So we can prepare ourselves how to be very active, how to be very creative in such a field. So I would say that we should train our brain on multiple fronts because our brain has so many ways to receive information from the other sources. So use our ways to make it a very stereotyped way. So it's to keep in mind the law of paying the price. If we pay the price, then you will get everything. So success is not that much easy. We have to do some hard work. We have to maintain our balance. We have to maintain physical balance, mental balance, psychological balance. Everything is needed here. Everything is essential here. So my friends, we have to follow. We have to imitate some good role models around us. And then we can become a particular person who can be a good communicator. So for becoming a good communicator, one needs to have command over each and every language. You can follow any language to be a good communicator, but you need to use your own potentials. And I think those potentials will help you to become successful in your life, in facing any interview or in writing any media, for any media. So I think I at first congratulate the BOS committee of Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I see the first time in the syllabus they have provided a very new topic, that is media writing. And I think this topic is essential for today's students, because nowadays so many students, they go on using their cell phones, they go on using so many ideas, they send messages, they receive messages, they go on using Twitter, WhatsApp, all these realities, they know everything. So sir has explained in a very detailed way all the technical realities, and at last he came to the sample questions. Actually, our students always face difficulties regarding what type of question will be asked in examination. So sir has already cleared at some extent what would be the sample of questions in the examination. So I hope our students will get benefited. They will be getting utilized all these techniques and whatever has been already told by Dr. Tahsildar sir. Once again, I'm very much thankful to the organizing committee, Principal Dr. J.A. Maitre sir, all the BOH committee members for giving me this opportunity to handle here the session of the chair. So I am thankful to all, and with these views, I would like to conclude myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your presidential speech and a brief review of the session. Now I request Dr. P.Y. Burute, our colleague, to propose vote of thanks for the session.
Good afternoon. Is to me to express vote of thanks of session 7. I am very thankful to Dr. R.B. Tahsildar sir for his valuable guidance to participants of today's workshop. I am also thankful to Dr. L.K. Wagmare sir chairperson of this session. I express word of thanks to Ms. Purnima Sawant ma'am, who gave introduction of the resource person. I am very thankful to all the participants for their presence in this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. With the permission of the principal, I turn to the third session of the workshop. May I now request Dr. H.S. Mani Madam to introduce our third resource person, Dr. Tejaswini and chairperson of the session, Dr. S.P. Chogule, to our esteemed audience. Hello, madam. You are not audible, madam. Would you please check your microphone?
Hello. Hello, friends.
Yeah.
Hello, friends. Good afternoon. Myself, Dr. Hemangini Mani, Assistant Professor, Arts Commerce College, Mining. Respected faculty members and research scholars, today is one-day online workshop on revised syllabus of BA Part 3rd, compulsory paper, English for Communication, organized by Mohanrao Patangrao Patil Mahavidyalay, Borgaon, District Sangli. It's my pleasure to extend a genial welcome to you all and introduce Dr. Tejaswini Dange Patil ma'am, who is the resource person of this session. Genius is an extraordinary power which is a God-given gift. Dr. Teja ma'am is gifted with this creative inspiration. She is not only a good academician, but a budding creative writer. Dr. Tejaswini ma'am doesn't need any introduction because her books, awards, and her participation in intellectual activities talk us about her potentiality, talent, and zeal. Dr. Tejaswini Patil ma'am is an assistant professor at Srimati Kusumtai Rajaram Patil Kanya Mahavidyalay, Islampur, District Sangli. She has published 6 books, including English and Hindi poetic collections, published and presented 58 research papers at international and national conferences, delivered lectures at national and international workshops. She is the chief editor and a member of international and peer-reviewed journals. She is a member of social and some academic organizations. She has been awarded national and international agencies for her creative writing. She has been awarded with Best Awards for International Policy Festival, Texas, USA, Philosophic Poetic International Award, the highest scale of Virtue Award, Punjab, India, Adarsh Mahila Samaj Ratna Puraskar Ratnagiri. Actually, it's a huge list of her academic achievement and awards. I have mentioned only remarkable things. Such an outstanding and cheerful personality is amongst us today. Welcome, ma'am. The chairperson of this session is Dr. S.P. Chogule, sir. At present, he has been working as Associate Professor, S.B. Khade Mahavidyalay, Koparde, District, Kolhapur. He has 30 years experience of teaching English. He is the member of BOS, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He has worked on different committees and has published many articles on eminent personalities. Today, both resource persons, chairman and resource person and chairman of this session have special qualities of creative writing besides their successful academic career. On behalf of Mohanrao Patangrao Patil Mahavidyalay Borgaon and sponsoring agency Shivaji University Kolhapur, I wish a genial welcome to Teja ma'am and Dr. S.P. Chaukule sir and all of you. We are going to have a memory and enjoyable time together. I express hearty thanks to Principal Dr. Jayant Mehitre sir and his team for giving me an opportunity to interact with you. Thank you all. Stay happy, stay blessed. Have a nice time.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Now, I request Dr. Tejaswini Patil, madam, to enlighten us.
Dear organizers, please I request to present my PowerPoint presentation on your side because I'm not able to. Brunda ma'am, please mute yourself. Yeah, thank you. Desai sir, please present my PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, madam, it's going on.
Yeah.
Please be tuned. It's a technical problem.
Yeah, please. Yeah. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Okay. You can continue.
Yeah. Honorable Chairman of this session, Dr. Gulesa, Honorable Principal Dr. Mirza, Dr. Desai sir, Dr. Bhamba sir, the keynote speaker of this workshop, and all the other dignitaries present on this virtual dais. Today I'm going to present, actually there is one mistake in the title. Module 2 and 3 I'm going to present, which are regarding grammar for competitive examinations and writing skills for competitive examinations. And along with them, there are comprehension units, the lottery by Shirley Jackson and after 20 years by O. Henry. So next slide, please. Third slide, please. Next one, yeah. There is some break. Yeah, thank you. So grammar examinations we are going to see here. And again, I would like to congratulate the OS members for adding this, because as we know that there is a trend nowadays in students that they are, most of them, whatever, if we want them to know, if we ask them to know, ask them about their future plans, just they say, we want to go for competitive examinations, MPSC, we want to do MPSC. So we know that there are two papers of grammar. One is basic grammar, and another is descriptive, that is writing skills. So these two units are here. We have added for the last year syllabus, just because we want to just there are certain technical problems with my mobile.
Hello. Hello.
The first part is word formation. Hello, am I audible? Is there any problem?
No, little, but it was clarity we have. I'm asking you
Sorry?
to use headphone if you have. Use headphone if you have.
I need to take. I need 2 minutes. Then, shall I?
Okay. We're waiting for. It would be clear then.
I need to go to another room to bring the. Otherwise, is it okay? Is it okay? Now can you listen to me? Yeah. Thank you, Sam. Thank you so much for your information suggestions. So, in the word formation, as we have seen, as since BA first level, we have been seeing the word formation and vocabulary. Here we are not going to the word formation process and as such, but we are going to see one word substitution, and another is confusing words. So these are only to be focused in word formation while seeing word, because in MPSC examinations. Hello.
Sorry for the interrupting you.
Yeah.
Sorry for the interrupting you.
Yes, sir.
It has a voice disturbance is there. We didn't have clarity with voice.
Just. Yes, sir. Just within 1 minute, I'll be back.
Take your time, please.
Yeah.
Be tuned. Sorry for the inconvenience. It has a lot of disturbance in voice clarity.
Hello.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the suggestion.
Okay, you can continue.
I'm continuing. Yeah. So, in the grammar for competitive examinations, when we are seeing various parts of it, the first is word formation, in which we have to highlight, and particularly MPSC question papers, if we see, there is only highlighted that one word substitution is asked, not word formation process and all other things which we have seen previously. Then confusing words are there, as we have seen, THEI are there, THERE there, and for further accept, expect, accept, etc. Birth, BIRTH, BERTH, etc. Such words are confusing words are there, which are asked for competitive examinations in word formation process particularly. Then while seeing in the grammar, phrases are focused with. Our students have learned about the tenses since school days, but still they need to know about the phrases as units of the language. So if we make them study noun phrase, prepositional phrase, verb phrase, adjective phrase, or adverb phrase as such, and how they contribute to the sentences, they also can be useful for grammar questions in the MPSC examinations. Further, use of tenses, as we have seen here. The third part is in use of tenses, subject verb concord is considered. There are grammatical mistakes which are there, which are they are asked to be correct. Then single cases are considered in grammar objective type examinations, type questions. Then transformations of sentences, active to passive, exclamatory to normal, assertive and assertive to exclamatory, degree sentences, coordination and subordination, etc. All these transformations are there use of as soon as, so that, so as, etc. These are there for convergence. They are there, they are given options there, and in nowadays in objective type examination questions, there are the options given and the proper answer is to be selected by them. So coordination, subordination helps them to develop the language of their own. Then which I found that in many students, they don't know punctuation rules. So punctuation is very much important thing in language, and even as nowadays we see our students of last year, I have myself seen in many colleges, our students don't know where to use capital letters, what is and where to use colon, semicolon, comma, apostrophe, etc. And even in MPSC examinations, as we see, there are certain sentences or there is one passage which is to be punctuated, and there is no full stop even. And if a full stop is added, one can get the mark. But that is also not understood by the students. The importance of minor things, minor punctuation marks also can get them marks. And even though these are so simple, we have been learning, we have been teaching, and students have been learning since school days. They don't know where to use comma, where to use semicolon, what is meant by colon and semicolon, what is the difference between them. They don't know about that. And so we need to make them acquainted with these things. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I'll come to this lottery afterwards. The second part, next slide, writing skills for competitive examination. Slide number 6. Yes, thank you. So, in writing, with this unit is written by Dr. Vijayanta Patil Madam, and this is very much well organized one. There is official and formal letter format. Letter writing is the format taken for MPSC, competitive examinations, and in which there are two parts: official formal letters and informal letters. So, in writing official letters, we find there are three types of official letters. We are going to see: letter of application for job, complaint letter, and letter of inquiry. So, in letter of application, which decides whether you will be called for an interview or not. So, this is very much important one, and they expect. Hello. Hello. So polite language is very much expected there. Expressions used to present the information about our achievements is also very much important. So politeness is to be expressed in the letter of application for job. In complaint letter, even it is a complaint letter, we have to use the
Hello.
as so that
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Again, your
Hello?
voice is disturbing.
Actually, there is someone else's sound which is disturbing. Hello.
Okay.
Is it okay? Yeah. So in complaint letters, we are expected to write our complaints in most polite language, so that the person or the agency which we are sending the complaint letter to should look into the matter and solve the problem as early as possible. So the language is very much concerned in complaint letter too, and in the letter of inquiry, we expect the important points to be incorporated in it, that what particular information you wish to get from, what is the particular thing that you are expecting from the agency or from the opposite person. So that letter of inquiry is also very much important letter. As some of the letters I have seen, application letters, particularly complaint letters, letters of inquiry, we don't, our students don't use the proper language, and so the language we expect from them is to be prepared by us. So we are expected to train them in the language use. So later, all these letters, three letters, official letters, formal letters, are to be found in a particular format. And in informal letters, letter to friend, letter to family members, or condolence letters, in all these three types of letters, we are expected to find the particular. Hello? 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 Am I audible? Yeah. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah. The network is rumbling here, changing, and that's that is creating problem. So informality is there in the informal letters. That means though they are informal letters. I saw later in which there was a letter written to a friend who is admitted in a hospital for because of his accident, and the letter began with saying began like that. Hello, friend, so and so. I heard just that you are admitted in the hospital, and now I feel you must be surrounded with beautiful nurses and wonderful situation. Okay, as you are hurt, you must be having certain medication too. But medication from the hands of beautiful ladies is also beautiful nurses. It's also a compliment like that. And so it was such a jolly mood. I thought it to be outstanding. We may say hatke, thoda sa alag se. A different type of expression was there in the. So formality is there. In letters to family members also we expect the uh, students to write the language which is heart to heart message type of language, which should reach the hearts of the members, to the member, particular member who are to whom we are writing the letter. And in the condolence letter also, we need to write about the importance of that person who family has lost, and how he was connected to you, and how you feel very sorry for the loss in the condolence letter. So these are the two units. I have just briefly taken review of these two units, and the two other units, comprehension units, are the lottery by and which is an American writer, and that story begins with an account of an annual event to be celebrated in a town, and it is discussed in the beginning that this celebration, this event, is for well-being of the society, well-being of the community. And at the end of the story, we realize that this is human sacrificial victim, and we feel very sorry for the person who has been chosen for the event as a sacrifice for that particular event, for that particular day. So we feel very sorry for that person who has actually his wife, the person for the first time is selected, and his wife takes objection that it was just done rapidly, and he doesn't deserve that, and in the end, the next part, for the first time, another chit is taken out, and her own name comes there, and she has to sacrifice herself. So the very tragic story which Shirley Jackson wrote at that time, and received much criticism from all the sides in America. And the other story, After 20 Years, by O. Henry. It's a story of two friends who decide. One is at the age of 18 and another is at the age of 20. They decide to meet after 20 years. After 20 years, one person comes there. He is waiting for the other person. It's very chilly night, and still he is waiting. And is the he expresses his view partner, his friend, and he tells about, he boasts about himself. He expresses whether the opposite, his friend, might have reached any status or not. And the cop goes, another cop comes and he arrests him. This story is a typical O. Henry story. There is a twist in tale, and in this way, we find the last one, the ninth one. Slide is there. Next slide. That they have decided, sorry, and in the end, the other cop comes and he arrests that person who is the, so the human
Is this
personality.
one?
Yeah. Sorry. No, sir. Nine number.
9.
9. Yeah.
Is this one?
No, previous. Yes. After 20 years by O. Henry. So this is the story of two friends, as I said before, and the cop who has reached the status in police, he has reached certain place in police, and he comes there to meet his friend, and then he knows that he is the same person, he is the same friend whom he is to arrest. So he doesn't do that, and he sends another cop, and that person, that another cop arrests him. So there is a twist about the characters. We are thinking right from the beginning, when the first friend talks about his another friend, he talks about how successful life he is leading, and how the other person must be leading a common life. And in the end, we realize that the first one is a criminal, and the second one has reached a place in police. So I have tried to capture. I'm very sorry that I couldn't give proper time for. So I conclude my presentation here. And thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity here.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Thanks for giving your valuable insights on writing for competitive exams and some stories. Madam, I'm sure your address will help a lot to the teachers and our students while preparing for competitive exams. Thank you once again, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Esther sir to give his presidential address.
Hello, am I heard?
Yeah.
Hello, am I
Yeah.
heard?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes.
Good
sir.
afternoon, one and all. I would like to welcome you all in this one-day workshop on BA Part 3 English for Communication, organized by Mohan Rao Patangrao Patil College, Borgaon Taluka, Walwa, District Sangli. I would like to thank everyone here for being a part of this workshop. As the chairperson of this session, it is an honor to have many distinguished resource persons and to welcome all the participants from various colleges of Shivaji University, Kolhapur. I would like to offer my thanks to all those who have been involved in organizing this workshop under the guidance of my senior colleague and friend, Principal Dr. J. Matre sir. Now, I would like to make a few comments about this session. The resource person of this session, Dr. Tejaswini Dange Patil Madam, has elaborated in detail the modules prescribed for BA Part 3 syllabus. She has delivered scholarly speech on the topics given to her. She has provided valuable insights into the modules given to her. So the resource has commented on the modules number 2 and 3 given to her. I would like to make a few comments about our syllabus. The BOS in English had worked hard to prepare this syllabus, keeping in mind the needs of the students in the near future and be prepared for the competitions. The very first module, interview skills, is useful for them to give job interviews. This unit enables them to face interviews. Module 2 deals with grammar for competitive examinations. English grammar is inevitable in every competitive examination, and this module introduces some of the basic units of grammar to the students. Module 3, writing skills for competitive examinations, helps the students to enhance their ability to express their ideas. In the corporate world, writing official letters is a part and parcel of the duty. This module helps them in this regard. Module 5 focuses on the importance of oral communication, that is group discussion, and group discussion is also an important tool for judging candidates. Module 6 deals with note making and note taking. These skills are also part and parcel of our daily learning practices. Nowadays, media has become powerful. In fact, media plays a crucial role in our democracy. It is no longer distance communication. It is longer distance communication system. This unit also helps the students to get job in media. While summing up, I would like to say that all these modules open the door to the graduates with good command on spoken and written English. With these few words, I conclude my presidential speech. Once again, I thank Principal Dr. Maitre sir and his colleagues for organizing such a nice workshop on English for communication. My special thanks to Principal Dr. Maitre sir for giving me an opportunity to chair this session. Thank you all, and I conclude my speech here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presidential address and brief review of the modules. Now I request my colleague, Professor Mrs. K.V. Patil, Madam, to propose vote of thanks for the session.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, one and all. सर, आवाज येतोय?
Yes, madam.
Good afternoon, one and all. In the today's one-day online workshop on revised syllabus for BA3 English Compulsory, in the third session of the workshop, we had a great experience with the resource person, Dr. Tejaswini Dange Patil Madam. Her valuable insights on the paper are very informative and useful to all. I express my deeply gratitude towards her. Thank you, ma'am. I also very grateful to Dr. S.P. Chaugule sir to presiding over the session. And I'm also thankful to Dr. H.S. Mane madam and all the participants. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Now I turn to the fourth and last session of the workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Dr. R.B. Koi sir to introduce our fourth speaker, Mrs. Dr. S.C. Jagtap, and chairperson of the session, Dr. P.P. Lohar, to our esteemed audience. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Not audible.
Hello.
Koi sir.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Kore sir, am I audible? Hello. Hello.
Yes, you are audible, sir.
I'm Dr. P.P. Lohar. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Lohar, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay.
Police, sir, is not
I'm
audible.
calling upon Dr. R.B. Koi sir. Koi sir, you are not audible now. Please check your microphone. Yet you are not audible, sir. Just click on the right side of the mobile. You have seen a symbol of microphone. Tap on that symbol. Call over internet. Select the option call over the internet. Still you are not audible, sir.
Hello.
Now you are audible, sir.
Hello.
I request Dr. Koi sir to introduce our fourth speaker, Mrs. Dr. S.C. Jagtap, and chairperson of the session, Dr. P.P. Lohar, to our esteemed audience. Koi sir, again you are not audible. You can continue, sir. Call, sir. You are still not audible, sir. Just tap on the microphone icon, which is appeared on the left of the screen, sir, and select the option call over internet. काय करायचं? Hello, sir. You can remove your headphone and can start to speak.
Am I audible now, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce the resource person and chairperson for the last session of this neatly organized workshop. The first resource person for this session is Dr. Mrs. Sita Chandrasekhar Jagtap. She has done her MPhil and PhD in English literature, and she is working as an assistant professor in English department of Mudhoji College, Paltan. She has a great teaching experience of 19 years at undergraduate level and 12 years experience at postgraduate level. The title of her PhD thesis is Select Science Fiction of Arthur C. Clarke. She has participated in many national and international seminars and conferences. She has also presented research papers in many international conferences. She has been the editor of her college magazine, and she has been working as the guest lecturer at Yashwantrao Chauhan, Maharashtra Open University Center, Paltan. And we are very fortunate to have such a resourceful resource person for this session. The chairperson for this session is Dr. Prashant Lohar. He has done his MPhil PhD and he is also a SET qualified teacher. At present, he is working as the head of the Department of English at Lal Bahadur Shastri College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Satara. He has teaching experience of 17 years at UG level, and he has also got experience of 6 years of teaching at postgraduate level. His area of research is modern urban Indian English poetry. He has translated poems of Manohar Shetty into Marathi as Kaucha Atil Jug in 2009. He has participated and presented the research papers in more than 25 national and international conferences and seminars. He has published 14 research papers in the reputed peer-reviewed research journals such as the Quest, the Rock Pebbles, etc. He has been a guest lecturer, guest speaker, and resource person in several seminars and workshops. He was appointed as Deputy Registrar of Shivaji University, Kolhapur in 2012. At present, he is the president of Vasundhara Bahuuddeshiya Seva Bhavi Sanstha, Kolhapur. So we are very fortunate to have such great persons as the resource person and chairperson for this session. Friends, we are moving towards the end of this workshop. And in these 3 sessions, we had very fruitful discussion and very nice presentation by all the resource persons. I hand over the things to our resource person, Dr. Mrs. Sita Chandrasekhar Jagtap. Thank you.
Good afternoon, one and all. Sir, am I audible? First of all, I want to give my special thanks to Dr. J. M. Mhatre, sir, Principal of Mohan Rao Patangrao Patil Mahavidyalaya, Borgaon, for giving me this opportunity. Honorable the dignitaries, Dr. S. B. Bhambar, sir, BOS Chairman, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Mhatre, sir, Principal, all the resource persons, Dr. R. A. Kadakne, Dr. R. B. Tahsildar, Dr. Q. D. Dange Patil, ma'am, and Dr. Desai, Dr. More, Professor Sawant, Professor Burte, Dr. Mane, Dr. Chaugule, Professor K. B. Patil, Dr. Kohli, Dr. Lohar, all the members of the organizing team and the teacher participants. Today, I have been asked to discuss the prose units prescribed in the text of BA3 English for Communication. There are in total 6 prose units, 3 for the 5th semester and remaining 3 for the 6th semester. Sir, I would like to share my screen. Just a moment.
Please share your screen.
Sharing, sir. The first prose unit. The first prose unit which I am going to discuss is the interview by V.V. John. It is taken from John's Light Luggage. It is a humorous article. And here the author has stated his observations on the interview process. Now we all know that the interview is an important factor for all the candidates aspiring for job. Each and every candidate tries to give his best during the interviews. Many of them easily pass the entrance exam but fail in interviews. The present article here underlines the fact, and so somewhere the writer says that interview is an unequal contest. The candidate is always powerless or weak, and interviewer is powerful. No doubt, the interviewers are scholars, successful people, but an attitude of Mr. Know-all is observed in them. So the author, he also states the other side of the coin, that the interviewers have a limited time, and in that time they have to choose an appropriate candidate. But the author says it doesn't mean that the questions asked to the interviewers should be asked to the candidates should be irrelevant just to outsmart the candidates. If the candidate is able to give satisfactory answers, he is chosen or selected. The article is made more humorous by suggesting an idea of equal contest. Here, author wants to take into consideration the scope and approach of the candidates also. And he also, in the concluding part of the article, he states that sometimes the candidates are smart, and these smart candidates may turn the tables upon the interviewers. The article has gentle, effective humor. It is made very pleasant and also an eye-opening, forces the readers to think on writer's idea. The next is after 20 years. After 20 years is a story of O. Henry. The story focuses on the reunion of two old friends, Jim and Bob, They had made a pact to meet at a specific place after 20 years. The themes of friendship, change, guilt, dedication, and loyalty are seen in this short story. Bob has kept his words, and he has been there after promising Jim that he would meet him at the old restaurant in New York. His dedication suggests his never forgotten friendship with Jimmy. It is possible that their friendship had a great impact on Bob's life. When he talks with the policeman, we observe a sense of strong camaraderie between Bob and Jimmy. The story introduces the friendship theme when Bob tries to justify his presence to the policeman. He talks about his friend, he praises him, and the compassion and affection is evident in Bob's tone. He talks about Jimmy, and that shows his magnitude of friendship between them. He even likens their relationship to that between two brothers who have grown up together. And so that friendship has brought Bob 1,000 miles from the west to see Jimmy. He is also certain that his friend will keep up the promise and show up. The conviction in his voice that Jimmy will keep the promise speaks volumes about their friendship. True to Bob's words, Jimmy shows up a few minutes to the agreed time, only not in the way the man from the west, that is Bob, had expected. Jimmy is also enthusiastic and committed to his meeting. Just in most of the plots of O. Henry, here also, O. Henry advances the aspect of humanity in the story by revealing previously unknown truths of either the characters or the situation. First, it is revealed that Jimmy is arrived at the chosen place on time. Second, Silky Bob is an hardened criminal from Chicago and has been on watch by the police for a while now. The conflict created by this information and action taken by both parties suggests a close friendship. Further, it also shows the theme of loyalty, how it integrates with friendship. From the very beginning, we observed that Jimmy takes pride in his work. And so it is no surprise that he chooses loyalty to his work and authority over his friendship with Bob. However, being a human or a human considering their friendship, he sends someone else to arrest his friend. Through the twist ending, the story affirms the power of mere human connection and creates a friendship so strong to withstand years in all this. O. Henry also shows the power of friendship on a man hardened by crime. There, the climax is seen when Bob identifies that the man is not Jim, and he is actually another man sent by Jim because he was not able to arrest his friend. The setting of the story is also very significant. It is a dark or a night, purposely maybe to show the dark side of Bob, because Bob has changed into a criminal. Jim's character does not change throughout the story. Bob changes. When we meet Bob in the beginning of the story, he is obviously full of self-confidence. But at last, or at the end of the story, he is a shaken man facing judgment at the end. This twist in the tale gives the moral that crime does not pay. The tale has surprising ends. That is, Wells is a policeman and Bob is a criminal. It is also tragic because the two friends who were eager to reunite after 20 years, find themselves too changed and are on the opposite poles of the law. The title is figurative as well as literal meaning. Literal meaning is that the 20 years have passed and the two friends here are going to meet each other. And figurative meaning of the title can be said that things can change, and 20 years is a big period that can change circumstances but also preserve bonds. This is all about this second short story. The next is The Lottery by Shirley Jackson. This story is somewhat very different. It is a story of observing an annual rite known as lottery, in which a member of community is selected by chance. The story opens on a quiet note that children are gathering at a square. They are collecting stones, making heap in the corner. Then the men, women all come at the square. But the last, what we see, we are shocked to learn when we come to know what sort of lottery it is and how terrible it is. This particular short story describes a fictional town, a small town in America. The purpose of this lottery is to choose a sacrificial victim that is stoned to death to ensure the community's continued well-being. There are a number of themes explored in this story. One of them is the vulnerability of the individual. It is the central idea of the short story. It is observed that an individual's life is safe in a community. He finds himself secured in the group. But if the group decides to persecute an individual, the individual has no chance than to accept it. The story of lottery revolves around this idea, and that is predominantly explored through the character of Tessie, her experience when we find her as a winner of the annual lottery. This annual lottery first breaks the family from the community, and later on the individual from the family is broken away and the family gets re-assimilated into the community. As soon as Tessie draws the marked slip, her family re-assimilates into the community. She is left alone, expelled from the safety of the group, and thus she singles herself out as an individual, increasing her vulnerability. Relationship between civilization and violence is a theme seen in this short story. As a reader, we are shocked to know the results of the lottery. Tessie's merciless killing is a violent act for us, but for the characters in the story, it is just an annual tradition. The apathetic approach of the villagers towards Tessie highlights the fallacy of thinking that civilization prevents violence. The contrast between the peaceful village and the violent death suggests that systemic violence is perpetrated within the civilization. The story doesn't have a villainous character. In fact, the commonly accepted social custom leads the town of ordinary people to kill an innocent woman. This theme of civilization begetting violence is explored through the characters like Mrs. Delacroix, who at first is a good friend of Tessie. In fact, they appear to be very close friends, but when Tessie is chosen or selected for the lottery, the apparent civility in her vanishes and she encourages other people to pick up the stones. She herself picks a stone so large that is difficult for her to lift up with her both hands. So here, lottery seems to be a state-sanctioned violence. Even the most civilized people will happily commit violence if they are sanctioned by the society. Another thing is that the small children are also eligible to win the lottery. And so these small children accept the violence before they develop their own ideas or morals. The children are taught that there has always been lottery. The ray of hope is only to stop the inhuman, monstrous tradition we see in the Adams family. Nobody listens to them, but the writer is hopeful that the progress is slow but will eventually prevail. The other themes are importance of questioning tradition, randomness of persecution, and danger of blindly following the traditions. The annual lottery is a tradition dutifully upholded by the villagers. Someone is randomly selected and was ritually sacrificed. Even though the person is not guilty of any crime, there is no restriction. Also, there is no restriction on the age. The killing or sacrifice is justified and considered necessary for the well-being of the community. The villagers are willing to sacrifice anyone, even a person from their own family that draws a slip with a black mark. The oldest people represent strict adherence to this brutal killing. In fact, they are proud of this tradition. It is only Mr. Adams who tries to protest. He claims that it will lead the whole village in danger, but nobody listens to him due to the fear. Fear to change provokes man to blindly follow the traditions. This suggests that change is a fundamental human fear. They would continue to follow brutal traditions rather than risk the society. The story also teaches us that humans blindly follow traditions. Another concept here of an archetype the writer has used of scapegoat archetype. It is an ancient concept which is present in the lottery tradition. The scapegoat was an actual goat sent to the wilderness, carrying sins of the people symbolically laid upon it to be sacrificed. The theme is designated here, and it is displayed through the character of Tessie. Tessie draws the marked slip and becomes a scapegoat to carry the sins of the villagers. In her death, they believe that their sins have been eliminated. Whenever something unpleasant happens, someone has to shoulder the responsibility for it. In this lottery tradition, the one who gets the slip with a black dot is chosen as the scapegoat. Tessie's death is an extreme example. No matter how innocent she is, and the innocents are persecuted for absurd reasons. The characters in this short story, we see that all characters mentioned are very crucial in keeping the theme and information about the tradition of lottery. The lottery ultimately leaves the readers questioning the morality of others in our society, as well as give us the courage to defy such traditions. The author aims at making us think and invite our attention to the need of eradication of such heartless and horrible customs in the society. The next is The Lighthouse Keeper of a Spin Wall by Henry Inkiewicz. It is a story of an Polish immigrant. In a day-to-day life, to get a satisfactory job, one has to face interviews and to know how to behave, how to answer, how to present oneself during the interview. All these skills, one has to master these skills. This story the lighthouse keeper of Aspinwall, somewhere underlines these interview skills. This Skavinsky, he is a Polish immigrant, and he approaches Mr. Falconbridge for the post of lighthouse keeper in Aspinwall. What has happened? The lighthouse keeper in Aspinwall near Panama has disappeared without any trace, and the place has become vacant. It should be immediately filled. The time given in the story is that in the next 12 hours, because it guides the ships, and the ships will find it very difficult, especially during the night with fogs. The job of the lighthouse keeper resembles a life of a monk or like a prisoner. They have to stay in the lighthouse. Only a Sunday is allowed for them to get out or go out. So there are no willing candidates. When this Skavinsky approaches Mr. Falconbridge, this man, he is of 70 years old, and he is the central character of this short story. He has tried a number of things in his life, like he was a gallant soldier, gold miner, diamond digger, a rifleman in public service in East Indies. He had established a ranch in California, but unfortunately, in spite of prevision and utmost caution, he had lost everything. All his adventures ended up with misfortunes and failures or disasters. He seems to be chased by a dark destination. We see that despite all this failure, this man continues to accept new challenges and wants to make new steps in his life. Now he is mastered by the idea to take rest, a job that he will get, or the rest he will get in the job of the lighthouse keeper. So he decides to try for the post. He is well aware of all the difficulties. This is the important part of the story, that Skavinsky is aware of all the difficulties that a lighthouse keeper has to face. So before going for the interview, he has done his groundwork very well, collected all the basic information about the lighthouse keeper's job. He has acquired sufficient knowledge, and then he approaches Mr. Falconbridge, Miss Falconbridge, the Panama Council, who is in charge and who has the authority to select the man. He is a skeptical man, though he knows that there are no candidates, but still he has a critical interview with Skavinsky. But Skavinsky's homework is so well that he is able to give satisfactory answers during his interview to Mr. Falconbridge. His courage, confidence, earnestness, and sincerity of purpose convinces Mr. Falconbridge that he selects him for the post of the lighthouse keeper in Aspinwall. This is the main that underlines the fact in this story. This story indeed, we can say, guides a person for the interview skills, that though he is at the age of 70, the work is difficult to climb 400 steps of the lighthouse in a day many times. In spite of all that, his preparation, his courage, his confidence makes him successful. Even in the interview skills, which has been very nicely discussed in the text, has a point of this, that we should be well prepared for the interview, not only with our, that is, whatever we have specialized subjects, but also if we are going for an interview in a company, we should be well aware, or we should get the knowledge of all the about that company. The same thing is reflected in this short story, Lighthouse Keeper. And so the selection of this story is a complement with the communication skill aspect of interview skill. And so here the character of this, the central character of this story highlights, or the story underlines, the need for mastering interview skills. The next is Leo Tolstoy's 3 questions. This is a philosophical story, and it is about a king. It is about a king. In that story, the king wants to seek wisdom, and so he has 3 questions because he wants to seek wisdom to better run his kingdom. He asks the questions to many people, the learned as well as the wise people. They fail to give satisfactory answers to this king. So he decides that he will consult a hermit who is widely renowned for his wisdom. The hermit, as usual, lives in a wood, and he only meets common people. So the king has to disguise himself into a common man, and the king approaches the hermit. The hermit greets the king. The hermit doesn't know that he is a king. He greets him, and then he starts doing his work. He is digging the ground. The king goes to him, and then he asks his 3 questions. That how can I learn to do the right thing on the right time? Who are the people I need? To whom should I therefore pay more attention than to the rest? And the last one is, what affairs are the most important and need my first attention? These 3 questions depict the theme of wisdom, knowledge, awareness, kindness, forgiveness, and acceptance. The king longs to know the answers that will help him, help enlighten him. He wants to seek wisdom. And so he meets that hermit. The theme of knowledge is self-evident in the story, for that is exactly what the king is looking for. He is looking for the knowledge or the know-how that will ensure that his time is spent more efficiently. However, he is looking for answers outwards for his answers, while the hermit tells him that the answers are within him. How that when the king is digging the ground and helping the hermit, the day is about to set, the sun is about to set, and so the king now asks the hermit if the hermit is ready to give him the answers. At that time, a man comes running to them, and he has been badly wounded. He is bleeding. Immediately, the hermit and the king assist him. They bandage his wound. They re-bandage his wound till it stops bleeding. And somehow the man is saved. The man, who is that man? In fact, the man is the enemy of the king. He knew that the king had been to the hermit. So he was waiting to take revenge or attack the king. But his bodyguards, they recognize him, and that is the wound. The bodyguards try to attack him, and he runs and comes to the house or the hermit's cottage. Now, this is all happens in the story. And in this story, the hermit makes the king realize how the answers are within him. The hermit tells the king that the time when he helped him to dig the ground, he stayed here. He stayed with the hermit. He didn't go back. And so that time was very important because that delayed the revenge. Or maybe he had lost his life. The second is that when the man approached, means the first is that he helped the hermit. That is, he has done something good for the hermit. Second is that the man comes there. Though he is the enemy, the king at first doesn't know, but seeing a wounded man, he helps him, saves him. And when he comes to know, even though when he comes afterwards to know that this was a man of his enemy and was going to actually kill the king or take the revenge, he asks, the king forgives him because the man also promises the king to serve the king as the most faithful slave. And king was glad that he had made peace with his enemy. So again, he has done good. So the first is the first answer, that he has, the most important time was when he was digging the beds, helping the hermit, doing good for the hermit. The second important time was he had attended him and also saved him, done a good for that man. So the third answer, whatever the hermit gives, is that the third answer is the present time is very important. He had the power and the most necessary man was with him. So the most important person in his life is the person he is dealing with at that time. So it is learned that we should do something good for the others. That is the main story, moral of the story. Live in the presence. It explains the moral philosophy. The story actually explains the moral philosophy, and that is the fundamental reality of life. Superfluous things like riches or many other things bring ephemeral pleasure, and sometimes they blind us and forbid us to see real important things in life. The moral of the story is to live in the present moment rather than grumble about the past or be anxious about tomorrow. We ought to consider every person we meet in the moment as a significant being, do good for him, whether it is poor or a rich man. This Tolstoy treats this philosophical theme, and he has couched it in the tale of the king who is troubled by these three questions. It also underlines the importance of learning skill of the king. And Tolstoy has written this story in a simple, expressive style. It conveys the idea of ethical Christianity and expanded Buddhism. In fact, the story reveals the technique of happiness, of living in the present, that has been put forth by Lord Buddha in Vipassana technique. The Vipassana technique teaches us to be alert and to live in the present moment. And that is all. Even Leo Tolstoy, he also, in his personal life, he had abided by these new beliefs, and he had simplified his life, living on his own labor and giving up the material possessions. So this philosophical theme we learn through the story, Three Questions by Leo Tolstoy. The last of the short story in the sixth module is 8 Rupees by Murli Das Melwani. Now this is totally a different short story. Leo Tolstoy's was a philosophical tale. This again is this story is again somewhat in connection with the communication units, because this story exhibits the most of the salient features of an all-rounder salesman. The character, the central character of this story is a 16-year-old clever boy. He is a poor boy means shoe polish is his business, and probably that is the only aid to support his family. Instead of sitting on the footpath, this boy prefers to go house to house for shoe polish. Here he enters a many-storied mansion, and after surveying each door, he stops at a door that has a brighter and bigger nameplate. He awaits outside for a long time till the door opens. After the door opens, a well-cultured, well-dressed man comes out. The boy immediately approaches him. At first, he refuses the boy to get his shoes polished, but the boy convinces him of the best quality service. He appears here to be an excellent con man. He succeeds in persuading the man to get his shoes polished. During the shoe polish process, the boy has a dialogue with the man has the dialogue with the boy, and the boy gets a chance to narrate his pathetic story and all his problems. He narrates them in such a way that it has a great influence on the man. He asks the man, at first, when the man is not ready to get his shoes polished, at that time, the boy had promised him that he would take only the half charge. During the conversation, the man asks him, why half charge? He says that he wants a lot of customers, and he gives door-to-door service because when he sits on the footpath, practically he cannot earn. Means whatever he wants to, whatever his aim is, because when he goes door to door, he can persuade the customers. And seeing this boy, when they observe the boy, a 16-year-old boy, and persuading, selling his pathetic story, maybe the customers come under his influence and he gets good business. So this is his business technique. This is his extraordinary salesman skills, the extraordinary salesmanship, the skills which we observe in that boy. The story here teaches the lesson that to be successful salesman, you ought to have imaginative power and the ability to touch the heart of others. And the same here the boy does. He not only polishes his shoes, but when he is asked about the question that why he doesn't have a footrest, because he asks the man to put his feet on his knee so that he can polish the shoe. At that time, he tells him that being poor, he has to support his family, he has sisters, he has to get them married, his father is not living with him. So all the responsibility, he is shouldering all the responsibility of the family. And so at that time, he says that he wants to buy. See the cleverness of this boy. He says, yes, he wants to buy or get a footrest, but he doesn't want which costs 6 rupees because it is ready-made and it won't last long. He wants something that is to be made, means he wants to get a good footrest. He wants to make it. And so it costs 8 rupees. After the shoe is polished, the work is fine, the man is happy. And so he asked the man if he could lend him 8 rupees and he will come and pay him after he gets it. to buy a footrest. The man who has been under the influence of his boy's cleverness is ready to pay 10 rupees. But the boy, who also has business ethics, he says, no, I will just take 8 rupees. And after taking the 8 rupees, he also demands for the fee or the money of his shoe polish. And at that time, he says that as you want to pay me the full charge, you can give me the all, that is 25 paisas. And so he gets the 8 rupees. And the end, we see that he has a collection of 64 rupees with him. And he has been earning well by his salesmanship, his extraordinary skill of salesmanship. He is becoming successful in his life. That is, the end reveals that the boy will certainly become successful in his mission. He has a big dream, and that big dream he is achieving with his skills. Here, the author who has written this short story also seems to be a skilled businessman, because the character sketch by him gives us practical, never fail tips to become successful in marketing skills. This story also reveals the aspect of Indian life of culture, karma, dharma, and samsara. It is also studied in this context, that it is said that when we do good, that is our dharma. Dharma is that we have to, our role, whatever role we play, we should play it appropriately, and that will, in the form of, that will build a good karma and reincarnation that will come to as a samskara. So this short story, that it is the titled 8 rupees of Murli Das Melwani. The title is very appropriate. The boy, though he is trying to put his influence, maybe of his poverty, maybe of his problems on the customers, but somewhere he also has the ethics, and so he refuses the 10 rupee note and accepts the 8 rupees. Here I have discussed all the short stories that have been, or all the prose units we can say, that have been mentioned in the syllabus for semester 5 and semester 6. There are 3 for semester 5 and 3 for semester 6. I would like to mention one thing, that is that I would like to give my heartfelt thanks to all the members of this, those who have prepared this book, that is the text of BA3, the editor and all chairman and all the writing team for the selection. It is appreciating, it is worth appreciating, and really very nice. All the short stories have different morals, and the students, literally, it is very true that by studying this text, the students will embody in them the modern sensibility. They will also have a progressive outlook, and no doubt these stories, the morals, will inculcate human values among these stories. So I thank the team of this text. I am also equal grateful and thankful to the organizing committee of this webinar, or the not webinar, the workshop, one-day online workshop that has been organized on the topic of on the revised syllabus of the BA3 compulsory English text, for giving me this opportunity. And I thank all the teachers and everyone who have been listening to me for their patient listening. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam, for your valuable insights on reading skills. Literally, we have a literary quiz. Thank you once again, madam. Now I request Dr. P.P. Lohar sir to deliver his presidential address.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good. I'm really grateful to the organizer for providing me opportunity to experience and witness the speech and deliverance by Dr. S.C. Jagtap madam. Thank you very much, ma'am. For her well organized, informative, resourceful presentation. In her presentation, two features I found. The first is that she has dealt with the general features of all the units. At the same time, she has found out the peculiarities of those units. Second feature, I found that while dealing with the stories and the prose units, she has also found the applied side of those units. Take, for example, when she was discussing the unit interview, she talked about how we can apply this unit to teach the student communication skill of interview. She started with the interview and went on elaborating every unit and stories prescribed by prescribed in the syllabus. The stories like after 20 years, she has talked about the title, the theme, character, purpose of that story, and even the twist. That is the special feature of O. Henry's writing. While talking about the lottery, she has found out the peculiarity of that story. That is the vulnerability of the individual, no villainous character, then state-sanctioned violence, and a new concept like the scapegoat archetype. Other stories that she dealt with, that is the lighthouse keeper or the three questions, she has dealt generally, as well as she found that they contain the moral lesson which can very successfully communicate it to the students. I especially impressed by her presentation on the 8 rupees and how that unit we can apply to teach the salesmanship, as well as how can we keep morality while doing the salesmanship. So what one needs, as she has stressed, the imaginative power and capability to touch the hearts of the people. So these qualities, if everybody have, he or she can become a good salesman. Ma'am has successfully accepted the challenge of elaborating the stories which were written by the master writers and coming from across the world. I would like to communicate the things that while teaching compulsory English wishes, we have to face the heterogeneous group of students, and we have to adopt this different strategies and methods to teach these units. And it becomes challenging for us, especially when we are dealing with the prose units, because while delivering the message, at the same time we have to become entertaining. So students get interested if something is there entertaining. So the Jagtap madam has elaborately communicated us the teaching and the strategies we can use while teaching these prose units. I hope that her presentation will definitely help not only teachers but also students if they go through her PPT. With these words, I conclude my views on her presentation. I'm thankful to the Principal Dr. Mehtre sir my friend Melin sir and his teammates for inviting me to chair this session, and all teachers who listened to her were experiencing this elaborate speech and also attending this workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your a brief review of the session. Now I request Head of the Department, Dr. M.S. Desai, sir, to propose vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, one and all. Today, we organized a one-day revised syllabus workshop of BA Third on English for Communication. I am very much thankful to Dr. S.B. Bamber, Chairman, BOS, and all the members of BOS in English and Shivaji University, Kolhapur, who gave us an opportunity to organize revised syllabus workshop. I am also grateful to the management of Hindumata Shikshan Mandal Borgaon, especially Honorable Abhijit Patil Dada, who inspired us to conduct the workshop. I owe to Principal Dr. Mehtre sir, who is a source of inspiration to us and always guide us to carry out academic activities. My sincere gratitude goes to our today's resource persons, Dr. R. A. Kadakne, Dr. R. B. Tasildar, Dr. Tejaswini Patil Dange, Dr. Sita Jagtap, chairpersons for various sessions, Dr. P. M. Patil, Professor L. K. Wagmare, Dr. S. P. Chaugule, Dr. Prashant Lohar. I am thankful to Dr. Prashant Yadav, Dr. Srimati Hemangini Mani, Dr. R. B. Kodi, who introduced the resource persons and chairpersons. I am also thankful to Honorable Aniket Jadhav for technical support. Last but not the least, this event would have been impossible without the support of participants. My sincere gratitude goes to all the participants from various colleges, my colleagues and students. With the permission of the principal, I declare the workshop is over. Thank you very much.
Hello, there is an announcement for
the participant to the WhatsApp group. I request to all the participants to fill the feedback form. After filling the form, e-certificates will be delivered immediately to your registered email address. Please note that all the PPTs of our learned resource persons will be shared to you on the same WhatsApp group. Thank you one and all.